Plug it in and turn me on. Maybe you could sing along. Triple platinum when we on. Let me get inside your mind and we play it every night. Don't you love it when I spin that shit out? On the radio, you already know. Spin me like a record, baby, let me let go. On the radio, you already know. Spin me like a record, baby, spin that shit out. The pressure, baby, it's now or never. Plug it in, turn me on now. You're radio, you're radio. Oh. Said I like the pressure, baby, it's now or never. Plug it in, turn me on now. You're radio, you're radio.
send the cheetahs to the tomb. Silver, our queen has met her doom. No more she lives, no more servant in that room. No more. Hear that kill, hear the track, hear that track. granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. I was in my room trying to teach.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just had a really bad fall.
Ooh, a really bad fall? Are you okay? Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, my first real stream back from going back to Austin, Texas. It's good to be back, y'all. Hello. Sear choked today? What did Sear do? What the fuck? Hello, Betty Davis eyes. You got Betty Davis eyes. Upside Caroline loves banana baseball. It's so funny because, like, I didn't want to blow up her spot because she was like, why have you never told me about the bananas? I have. I literally told her that I feel like professional baseball should take notes from the bananas, but it's okay.
Oh my God, this was made for me. This is sports for theater kids.
Yep. Yep. Bananas, dude, they're blowing up. It's really interesting because I hope that professional sport does take some note from the Savannah Bananas. That, like, people just, they're not just there for the athletic performance, right? Like, maybe the hardcore fans are there solely for the athletic performance, but people are there for the drama. They're there for the storyline. They're there for the pageantry. And we've lost a lot of that in professional sports. So I hope they bring it back. I'm from Brazil. I saw the stroganoff incident yesterday. The recipe was bullshit. That wasn't Caroline's fault. Sorry you had to eat that slob. Yeah, that's essentially what I said from Rip. I was like, I don't know if this is a traditional Brazilian dish, but it was pretty funny. Do you bet on sports? I mean, not often. No, I don't. I mean, I do like fantasy sports, and then occasionally if I feel like I really know something cold, I might place a bet, but I'm not a regular sports bettor, no.
What that was? Oh, that granny. Oh, she done.
Miami XO had his first concert.
Take your phone down. We got a special surprise for you, a special guest. Y'all make some motherfucking noise for Miami XO, motherfucking
Does everybody sing it? Oh my God, they brought out a fucking RPG on stage.
I'm a stud.
They brought out a fucking RPG.
How many gifted subs for you to get a buzz cut and cosplay Ginger Thrag?
A buzz cut? That you would have to get me to 10K from where I am right now. It would have to be a ludicrous amount of subs. A fucking RPG. Oh my God, everybody knows every lyric. That's fire. That is so fire. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister. Yo, the other shit that I've been on recently, dude, this is some deep shit. This is some deep shit. I gotta put on the track that I've been fucking thumping to. I've been listening to this artist recently that makes music. This is so dumb. He makes music to be listened to during like D&D campaigns. His name is Mushroom Grandpa. And I've been bumping this shit. It makes your life feel very epic. Anyway, I've been bumping that Mushroom Grandpa. Hang on, let me close my door. I'm getting a little... Rest in peace, my Brandy. She got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Never ending. Yeah. You're already up, Mort Garrison. Yes, Mort Garrison. Mort Garson? Who? Tough. Wait, I've heard this before. This was in a movie. What movie is this in? Pusher 3? I knew I recognized it. Get glorped. This is some glorp type shit right there.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
That
very
is a
cool.
glorp style
10
beat.
months of Neferson. I never want this to end.
Thank you
I'm
for
still
the
floored by
10
how
months.
incredible Dog Day afternoon was. Thanks for creating such an awesome
Ah,
space and
no
events,
worries.
Willard. Neffel.
This is a pretty bad sign for college sports. Oh? All right, it's telling me to turn off my cock-sucking ad blocker. What even is this? Texas Tech QB source be under an NCAA investigation for gambling to enter treatment program. Interesting. I'm gonna be honest. It's not making me turn off my ad blocker now. Yeah, I think that's much more indicative of our country having a gambling problem in
Have
general.
you heard of Tears of Metal?
And
William Wallace co-op roguelite.
Tears of
Oh
Metal.
yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thanks for all
No.
you do, Will Neffel.
Let me look it up. I think that's much more indicative of our country just having a fucking gambling problem in general than like the NCAA having a problem with paying athletes or whatever that's indicative of. I think when you advertise gambling everywhere, you're going to create a gambling problem. I don't know. Please check out the Polymarket odds on Will Neff showing whole. Did you see the jersey the Dodgers are giving away for Japanese Heritage Night? That's pretty gasolina. Which night is Japanese Heritage Night? I might have to go scoop. Last year, Korean Heritage Night had a fucking banger ass jersey too. Lawyers. What night is it? What night is it? April 27th? Wait, is that? Fuck! That's tonight! All right, guys. See you later. That's the end of stream. I got to go get this fucking jersey. I'm out of here. All right. Someone said Jets draft W or L. I mean, I thought it was a huge W. You never really know until the season, but I thought it was a huge W. I liked all the players they took. I was happy. I was excited. We'll see though. I think they got better. Lud's at the game. You could ask him. It's $100 on eBay right now. Oh,
that's very
shit.
cool.
I have a poly market bet that you will speak on how good the Jets draft was. Please, will I need this? My 20 kids need to be fed.
All right, well, you just got paid. Do you consume the Mario caps? If so, is it beneficial for anxiety and depression? Mushrooms? My God, my man's putting street names on mushrooms I've never heard before. He's like, yo, you taking that funky mungy? Yo, you taking that dickhead? Like, bro, you can say mushrooms. You don't need to use the street slang, dude. I'm not a fucking fed. I'm not a cop.
Did that kid just ask if I take mushrooms?
Yeah, I take mushrooms. I'm a big believer in psilocybin. Gape Lads soon. I hear the new Diablo stuff is great. I don't know if I just put so much time in the first Diablo run. I don't know if I'm gonna run it back. We'll see. We'll see. Because I'll keep it a buck.
That's very cool.
I love
Finally
Diablo.
got a job after 11
Go
long
ahead.
months of unemployment. Thank you for all the laughs and being a ray of sunshine during rough days. Never love this community show.
Thank you. I love Diablo. I don't know how much the community loves me playing a bunch of Diablo. I'm all out of Diablo juice. I've been drained. Real. Will, what you drinking? Sugar-free Red Bull. I'm trying to get that energy back. I'm trying to get that energy on. This one also fucks. KSA so. Oh, another Mort Garrison track. Mort was snapping on that. They caught a body in the Magic Pistons game. Wait, what? I was watching some of that game. I didn't see a dunk. Oh, this just happened.
Uh-oh, Kane turns the corner.
Whoa!
Okay.
God damn. Dude, I'm excited to watch my Knicks tomorrow. I hope they get out of that series. That series has been awesome to watch, though. Yo, chat, does anybody know what Will does to have luscious locks? I'm a big fan of 2-in-1 Head and Shoulders for scalp health. I think a lot of people try and overthink the hair routine. Yeah, some mane and tail. Also, the drug thing. I mean, finasteride is so that you don't lose your hair.
Look, if you just let me take it one more time, I really think
Relax, Daniel. We can create a flexible
I've never seen this.
payment plan that works for you.
Oh, no. I really can't do anything like
Why
that.
is it freezing?
I'm Mormon. Happily Mormon. Sorry.
Mormon. Oh. Sorry, it's just hard to take someone seriously who thinks that a guy dug up a version of the Bible in New Jersey.
Firstly, it was New York. Secondly, why would God only help one side of the Atlantic?
Just a little too logical.
Illogical, really.
Caroline has shown me all of her old stuff. I've never seen this. I have never seen this in my long-legged life. Maybe it explains why she didn't want to watch Under the Banner of Heaven with me. Has Cutie seen this? No, I might have to show that to Cutie. That's fucking hilarious. Just saw the Michael biopic. You got to see it. It's amazing. You know what's really interesting? That was one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight. The Michael biopic is now, in the history of film, one of the most divisive projects. I think, yeah, critics give it a 39, audiences give it a 97, which is crazy. Crazy. It's so divisive. It's like one of the most split projects of all time. So I'm interested to see it. It looks so bad. I saw the scene where his hair caught on fire, and I was most intrigued. I was most intrigued. Yeah, I don't know.
Shimon, hey, you ready for the movie? Let's go!
I took a Michael Jackson impersonator.
Can I get 2 tickets for the movie?
What movie? The Michael Jackson movie?
Yeah, the Michael Jackson movie.
Can you get a large popcorn? Thank you.
What should I get?
Get the high C. That one right there.
You ready for the movie?
I'm the real Michael Jackson. I was like, Ruben!
That is tremendous. That is tremendous. Gritty out here committing murder?
Hey, go down 3 steps.
Okay. The Philadelphia fan going, "Get that fucking penguin out of here," is funnier than anything that's going to happen in the rest of this clip, for my money.
Houston.
Switch to a fucking pillow. I'm sorry. This is way funnier. Listen to the woman from Philly.
Hey, go down 3 steps.
Get that fucking penguin out of here. That's good. That's fucking good. That's classic. Bow, bow, bow. New Vince Staples video is crazy. All right, I'll bite. We don't have news for a little bit. We're doing the Neff news in about an hour. We got some time to kill. I'll take a look. By the way, thanks for the hype train, gang.
Empire is built on blood-stained ground. Kanye West, I pray they all fall down. London Bridge, they tryna cross you now. Don't crash out, dirty Diana. I got the hammer. I know it's polarizing, you know. I miss my nana. She used to tell me about her. Blackberry marmalade and sweet tea. Beach the summer blaze. They say honesty is the best policy. Okay. Blackberry marmalade and sweet tea. Beach the summer blaze. They say honesty is the best policy. Okay. Promise me you won't gun me down. 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 Anti-establishment, crackers on that shadiness. Crackers watch me work and break my back and said they made me this. Crackers tap my pockets with tax and said they made me rich. Cracker jack the sound and showed him box me in and show my shit like
Don't let them trouble you. America front on you. I know it befuddle you, but don't let it get to you. Just know that they miserable, and know that behind every smile, they're thinking about killing you. Say it. It's okay to say it. Just say it, please. I won't tell anybody. Ghetto nigga, gangsta nigga, dangerous nigga, famous nigga, bougie nigga, Louis nigga, Prada nigga, Gucci nigga, artist nigga, hardest nigga, honest nigga, smartest nigga. Say it how I meant it, then I call it like a shower. Got a nigga, proper nigga, killer nigga, robbing nigga, conscious nigga, pompous nigga, Salvador, robbing nigga, California cated nigga, highly elevated nigga. Ain't you glad I made it, nigga? Go ahead, say it. Thuggish nigga, ruggish nigga, covered it, beloved nigga, kiss a nigga, hug a nigga. If you find it, fuck a nigga. Master never love a nigga, always trying to cuff a nigga. Obama, Kamala nigga, who the fuck you call a nigga? Blackberry, marmalade, and sweet tea. Beach the summer blaze, they say honesty's the best policy. Okay. Blackberry, marmalade, and sweet tea. Beach the summer blaze, they say honesty's the best policy. Okay. They're lying. Promise me you won't gun me down. 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 Promise me you won't gun me down.
Damn. So the question is not whether we will be extremists, but what kind of extremists will we be? That was super depressing. I wasn't ready for that to be so depressing. I wasn't ready for that to be so fucking depressing. Jesus Christ. Palate cleanser.
It says, bitch, you thirsty? Please grab a Sprite. My Crip's lurking. Don't die tonight. I just wanna dance with you, baby. Just don't move too fast. I'm too crazy. Man down the Ave and get shaded. Take a nigga mind off that. We can dip, fuck in the whip, slide right back in the function. One wrong word, start bustin'. Put that on my Yankee hat. I'm a gangster crib, fuck gangster rap. Where the ladies at? Where the hoes? Where the bitches? Every real nigga know the difference. Bandana Browns like the dope daddy, shooting in the kitchen. Nerf side nigga, never went to Polly Wilson or Cabrilla. Cocaine color of a Acrello. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. T-Scrap moving for the D-Lo. What he know? Then that was the first verse. This is the main chorus says, I ain't never ran from nothing but the police. I ain't never ran from nothing but the police. I ain't never ran from nothing but the police.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Here's a gold medal for your issues if it makes you feel better, baby. Does it feel better, baby? Mental gymnastics like an athlete, you know I gotta give you first place. Forget first place, so congratulations for being a victim. Be the highest on the podium, I don't care.
Got a crazy voice.
Been training.
That was cool. She got a crazy voice. Here's the original video of that woman. She's just an
I think Meghan Trainor had just
14
played,
minutes
which is
long.
fine. I don't mind that. Okay. I usually listen to like The Effect. It's all Toby Mac, Newsboys. It's Christian music. That's what I usually have it on in my car. I had just dropped Gabby off, and this rap song comes on. And guys, I could not believe what I was hearing. Like, this is on our local radio station. This crap is being played. I couldn't even believe the words that I was listening to. And
it is funny that in the year of our Lord 2026, really deeply conservative people are more offended by language than by almost anything else. There could be like dire poverty, police violence, like there could be straight up genocide going on as long as they're not saying the F word. It's so fascinating.
Mom, it infuriated me. Like, why is this on here? Like, so obviously the cuss words were bleeped out, but I'm not stupid. Like, we can dictate what they're saying, right? And it, like, I started to get tears in my eyes. It upset me so much.
Wow.
And my 11-year-old daughter listens to this radio station.
Wow.
Never again will she listen to this. And I want to read, I looked up the song and I looked up the lyrics and I read the lyrics. I cannot believe this stuff is on the radio. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I've got to collect myself because this is what our youth is being subjected to. Okay, and I'm going to read it to you. And I want you to just listen to the words.
Wow.
And
holy shit, man. Holy shit. How do I reach these kids? Have another palate cleanser, sure.
On
William,
a quiet
I
Saturday.
cry my eyes out every time you say the damn it words. Think of the Utes.
Think of the Utes. This wizard thinks he isn't getting the death penalty. 2 days ago, it's 16 minutes long. What the fuck is
June
this?
14th at 4:23 a.m. The eldritch entity known as Pantalagon emerged from his spectral sarcophagus and rained chaos upon the entire northern continent.
The fuck?
Including the territories of Skeend. Eyewitnesses claim that the stars were blotted out in an unholy darkness as blood rained from the skies and fire erupted from the deep. The resulting epic of
Artist's depiction.
pandemonium and terror was thereafter known as the Great Thaumacism.
Thaumacism. Okay, I'm in. Fuck, I'm in. Shit, they got me. Only one wizard could have possibly caused this shit. Yagerfelius Holofren, Archmagus of the Round Council. This is amazingly well done.
Come in. Sorry about the wait.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
literally hell.
Well, I wanted to thank you for the hot Cheeto and salad tech. Has helped the diet a bit.
Let's fucking go. Dude, I remember, listen, there are certain moments in this chat where we are divided. And I suffered the slings and arrows of what I will say were performative chatters. Saying that Cheetos did not taste as good as plain white rice. And I sat here and I went, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. Stop lying to yourself, okay? There is so much scientific engineering that goes into Cheetos. Are they good for you? No. Are they delicious? Most definitely. Accusers of the fucking brethren. That was, yeah. Anyway, what we got into, the reason that I got into that debate was when I'm on Subjective. No, it's not. It's just not. Basically, what happened was I have a really strict diet. And essentially, I told chat that I replaced some of the carbs in my diet with Cheetos, right? And those carbs usually being rice. And I was like, I just need a little flavor. I did the math on this. It works out to put like 5 Cheetos in my rice instead of eating white rice plain. And people were like, white rice is way better than Cheetos. And I was like, in what world? Like, I'm not saying white rice is bad, but come on. Let's not fucking lie to ourselves here.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yeah.
Willard S. Nefison, check out this classic from my goat.
Check out what? Thank you for the money. I don't know what you're linking. You didn't, what is it? I didn't even see a link.
Hell on earth out there. Can I get you anything? You all right? Maybe water or maybe a flagon of ale?
Could I have a mana potion?
No.
This is Lieutenant Bronwick Kettlecap, lead investigator of the Thistlewood Town Guard. He was a volunteer man-at-arms in the Battle of Timid Kings and has an impressive record of over 14 convictions and 25 beheadings. During our examination of this footage, we will be analyzing the interrogation tactics.
It's better for your health, but why are we coping? Yeah, see, I made the concession on the white rice debate. If you put a bunch of shit in the rice, you can make it taste better, right? If you add like a bunch of butter and a bunch of salt, but that defeats the purpose of plain white rice in your diet. The plain white rice is essentially the most bare bones way to get carbs in a fucking bodybuilding diet. So what I was saying is like, I just can't, I need something. But people were literally standing on business and they were like, no, white rice, nothing added, better than Cheetos. And then they were trying to like make the debate like, oh, like capitalism destroyed your brain, American take. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Like what are we talking about? And I started to lose the plot. I started to get very defensive. Who said this? Dozens of chatters.
Used by the guardsmen, as well as the overall behavior
What are we doing? Where are we going? That's the goal now, to convince you that white rice is more tasty than Cheetos.
Psychology of the suspect in question.
You've been a busy wizard. Possession of an unregistered homunculus. Astral projection in a restricted dimension. Possession of chaos crystals with intent to distribute.
I had no intention of sharing those. Those were for me.
Granting sentience to a flammable object. And you pirated a sea shanty.
But Will, did you consider that Cheetos are too spicy for some chatters? You know what? You're right, Haas. By the way, everybody give Haas a round of applause. You'll notice a new badge next to his name, the lead moderator. Haas, the brand new position. He's been upgraded.
That's quite the rap sheet.
Don't forget melting a pig.
Melting? I didn't see that here.
I enjoy heirloom Japanese rice more than Cheetos, but it needs to be made properly with kombu and rice vinegar. Exactly. That is my point. I'm eating the rice for macros. If you are changing the macros of the rice, you have proven my point.
This is Trismegistus Conethorpe, also known as the Wizard Magius, disgraced member of the Round Council, already on probation with the Shadow Star Alliance and wanted by the Mad King for
Look at his fucking eyes.
crimes against insanity. He's about to find himself in some seriously hot cauldron water.
Anti-magic manacles, pal. Not gonna work.
Fuck!
You have the right to remain silent. You have waived the right to cast silence. Where were you on the night of the third moon cycle?
I think I was in my tower doing a potion.
What's that?
I don't know. I've never seen that before.
We've found this in your bag of holding.
I was holding that bag of holding for a friend.
It's the Obama-nomicon. One of the 12 forbidden tomes.
Am I under arrest?
Look at the body language here. Notice how the cone of his hat is angled away from the investigator. Already a clear sign of discomfort. This wizard is nervous.
To Magius, my partner in crime. Happy 423rd, my man.
It's the Epstein letter. It's the fucking Epstein letter from Donald Trump. That is so funny.
And signed Oblivicus the Shadowmancer.
I mean, I'm 424, so
Oblivicus.
that really could be anybody named Magius.
Look, possession of something like this alone could land you in
Oblivicus.
prison for a long time.
Please, no prison can hold me.
No, not prison. Prism.
Oh, yeah. That could hold me.
Prism is jail for wizards.
Lot of dark magic in here. Power word peel. Shrink helmet. Slurt. It's got slurt. I mean,
What the fuck is slurt? Oh my god. She slurt on my knob till my helmet shrank.
these spells are all super illegal.
I wouldn't know. I don't know what those are.
What's decapistrate?
If I had to guess. And your penis off at the same time.
Oh my god. Cuts your head and your penis off at the same time. Why cut someone's penis off after they're decapitated?
But again, I really wouldn't know because I don't know what that is.
What about Glory Portal?
Okay, this is fucking amazing.
Glory Portal, a 5th level conjuration spell that summons a tomato-sized portal to the suction dimension at waist height.
The suction dimension.
The portal lasts about 1.5 to 6 minutes, or until the caster is done using it. The spell requires concentration.
I wouldn't even begin to know what that is, or why anyone would cast that spell.
Really? Because you bookmarked it right here.
I've never seen that bookmark in my life.
The guard is getting nowhere and will now need to apply pressure using a number of sophisticated psychological techniques.
Does he just beat the shit out of him?
His investigative tool belt.
You like that? You like the big pliers on your hand?
No!
Okay, here's a hot poker.
by allowing the pliers to remove the suspect's fingernails and also jamming a hot poker into his head, the investigator has subtly changed the atmosphere of the room, ever so slightly increasing the chances of a confession.
Okay, fine, fuck, it's mine, it's mine! Ah!
All right, good. Now we're getting somewhere. So what is it you do exactly for the Round Council?
Paperwork? I'm basically a glorified scribe.
Really? Because it says here that you're in charge of a pretty important artifact. A Tharxian warding crystal?
I can neither...
I love the ruler next to all of these fucking, like, eldritch items.
Confirm nor deny that.
I mean, we have ways of finding out.
Okay, like you have the mana to cast Cone of Truth. But you legally have to tell me if you're casting Cone of Truth. That's the law.
This is false. A deputized Teravian guardsman is legally allowed to use deception when casting Cone of Truth. However, he would technically also be inside the Cone of Truth, and would therefore be unable to lie. But if he could, he would totally be allowed, legally speaking. But most guardsmen would just put a hot iron in his pee hole.
So, it'd be pretty bad if something happened to your artifact, right?
I mean, nothing happened. But even if something did, I think it'd be fine.
It would not be fine. There are exactly 8 Tharxian warding crystals, each placed at the top of a tower, guarded by the highest-ranking wizards of the Round Council. These towers are perfectly positioned to form a gargantuan magic circle. When activated, this circle forms an arcane bond strong enough to seal the spectral sarcophagus at its center, entombing the great demon lord, Pentalagon. If even one of the crystals were to be destroyed, or simply removed from its tower, the spell would be broken and Pentalagon would be free to bring about the Thaumacism.
The Thaumacism.
Probably nothing bad.
And you're sure nothing accidentally happened to it?
Yep.
Because a lot can happen in a wizard's tower. A stray spell knocks into a cauldron, Golem steps on it, I don't know, falls into a hole.
It wouldn't fall into a hole.
How about sucked into a hole?
Glory portal?
I don't even know why you would ask that, because mine is completely safe. All the way up at the top of my tower.
Found that in the suction dimension.
Glory
really
portal.
Only one way it could have ended up there. How do you think that happened?
I don't know. Could have been like a glory portal.
What?
Probably a glory portal.
Huh.
Oh my god!
Mages.
Are you seriously suggesting that I'm some sort of vile pervert who would summon an illegal portal to a realm of infinite suction of unlimited torque? Just so I can what? Just jam my little wizard dingus in there, get my magic rocks off, and in the process, I maybe accidentally made the portal a little too big, made it a little too strong.
That's not...
Sucked up all my magic shit, including my artifact, because that did not happen.
That's exactly what happened. Shortly after this interrogation, authorities were able to confirm this very narrative through eyewitness testimony of an unlicensed homunculus, along with this subpoenaed footage from Magius's orb. Unfortunately, at the time, the guardsman was unaware of these developments.
You're right.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Good.
That accident didn't happen.
Great.
Because I think you did it on purpose.
What?
On the night in question, mere hours before the thaumacism began, Oblivicus the Shadowmancer was seen in attendance at the bone spire of Galatrax the Defiler, where the two of them raised an undead horde. The horde then immediately bent to the will of the far greater nearby evil, Pentalagon. The investigator is now attempting to claim Magius was present during these events in order to cement him as a dark mage and establish a motive of intentionally freeing Pentalagon.
Nice try! You almost got me with the whole pervert and denial act.
Right.
You monster. I'll have you decapitated for this.
Hold on.
Knowing what we know now, the guardsman is mistaken. We'll have to keep watching to see if he's following a false lead, or actually employing an unorthodox approach to obtain a confession.
You raised the guy a horde, why wouldn't you banish your artifact to set him free?
Oh my God! I literally wasn't even at the spire that night. You can ask Oblivicus.
We already did.
He was at the top of the spire.
What? Oh my God! That's not true! He's literally lying! I totally flaked on those assholes!
To do what?
Now that he's got the wizard in a heightened state of emotion, the investigator will attempt an advanced technique. This method is controversial for its high rate of false confessions. The method is as follows. Sympathize with the suspect. Provide relief. Establish a rapport. Abandon all previous steps. And repeatedly stab them with a spear.
Oh my God! Ow!
Why did you ditch your friend?
Okay, fine. I was doing the glory portal. I swear it was an accident. You were right the first time.
Yeah, right.
I don't believe it! I swear! I just wanted to get my wand wet. I haven't felt the touch of a wench in ages. I was lonely, okay? I was weak. What do you want me to say?
Glory portal.
Huh? Galatrax? Oblivicus?
That's right, asshole! He admitted it! Yes, bitch! We totally got you!
Oh my God!
And we got it all on the orb!
No freaking way! Oh, what the shit?
Next time, don't ditch us, dildo!
Oh my God!
Yeah.
This was all just a prank!
Yep, yeah!
So none of it was real?
Oh no, this was all very real. We're definitely going to Prism.
What?
Hey, sorry about that. Can I get you anything? Water, a mana potion?
Magius and Galatrax were sentenced to 2 years in prison.
Oh my God, he fucking shot Oblivicus in the face.
Magius and Galatrax were sentenced to 2 years in prison and 1,000,000 years in Prism. Oblivicus was rushed to the nearest commune of clerics, but fell off the cart in transit and was cut in half by a wagon wheel. Bronwick Kettlecap was polymorphed into a chair. He is still a chair to this day.
Wow.
Granting sentience to a flammable object, casting thunder.
That was phenomenal. That was fucking phenomenal. That was awesome. I loved that. Jesus Christ. Oblivicus. Sneaky octopus react milord.
Octopi are generally considered the most intelligent invertebrates on the planet.
But coconut octopi are top among their 8 tentacled relatives. While many creatures use objects for shelter, only a few use tools to achieve a certain objective. And these creatures are the only invertebrates known to do so. They gather and carry their shelters
I love octopi.
and keep them for future use. This is considered very sophisticated behavior. In fact, coconut octopuses are so refined, they don't just crawl, swim, and jet propel themselves like other cephalopods. No, these tentacled creatures walk on 2 legs. Almost like a human does.
Well, let's not go crazy.
But unlike humans, octopi don't have a rigid skeleton or opposing muscles to allow for walking. But who cares how they do it? For they've got a much more terrifying use for these legs. Hidden in ambush, she has only to wait for the right moment.
Oh my God, that is terrifying. That is
She
fucking
uses her whole
terrifying.
body to overwhelm her prey.
Run that back? Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Nightmare.
She uses her whole body to overwhelm her prey. In place of a mouth, she has a razor-sharp beak in the center of her tentacles. As powerful suckers restrain the crab, she pierces its body, injecting a venomous compound to paralyze her prey and digestive enzymes to soften it up. When dinner's ready, she'll suck out the soft bits.
Oh my God.
All that will remain will be an empty shell.
Damn. Jesus Christ. Like my ex. Just like my ex-girlfriend, bro. Holy shit. Palette cleanser. Wait, what are we cleansing palette from? It's a Bionicle music video? I think we would need a palette cleanser from that palette cleanser. A 7-minute Young Lean music video that came out 3 days ago. All right, you got my attention. Fuck it. I kind of fuck heavy with Young Lean.
Gently with old Neil.
Thank you, DJ. Why does this look like a live action remake of Bully? It's swirly. The fact that we never got a second bully game is one of the greatest injustices to gaming ever. Thank you, Tripster. Hey-o, Higgs!
Higsby gifted
Thank
a
you,
tier
thank
1
you,
sub to
thank
Pink
you.
Turtle Pants.
Oh my god, no. Oh no. Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up!
Got that way.
Hex, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Got it that way.
Was he using the glory portal spell? Bro, looks like Young Lean. It is Young Lean. Apparently, there's a video that just came out for Young Lean. Starring Young Lean, not his song. Oh, it's not his song. It's Generation by Storm. Starring Young Lean as the lead actor. What in the fuck? What a fucking casting decision. Young Lean is kind of doing an amazing job acting here, which is fucking awesome.
Like an empty fire, like your desire. Like an empty fire, stand tall, go higher, and on and on and on and on. I say,
This is like a Jamie XX video. What the fuck?
we stand united through the storm. Lay all your love right on my door. I'll never fall, I'm standing tall. Go take the darkness out my heart. I know it may hurt, but it won't last forever.
Drew P. Balls. Thank you for kicking off the treasure train.
It's a
gotta be so real with you guys. Yesterday, I cracked the whip. I laid down the hammer. I said, guys, you're sharing dog shit videos. And today, the turnaround has been incredible. You as a community have bounced back in such an impressive way. Today, nothing but bangers. Higsby, thank you so much. Today, nothing but bangers. All right? I'm not going to lie. Higgs, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Higgs. Yesterday, I went full fucking whiplash. I was like, are you dragging or are you rushing? And today, you guys have become phenomenal chatters again. I pushed you to your limit and you rose to the occasion. Even the Bionicle video? No, that guy was an aberration. Modern Fodder TV, thank you. Super Sentai Hero. Thank you. Oh my God, the choreography. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever heard you talk about tonkatsu or takus. What is this word? What is this word? Wow. That was insane. All right, what is this word?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey, at Wilnef, I ran just shy of a sub 30-minute 5K today and I have an organized race in 3 weeks. 2 months ago I couldn't run a mile uninterrupted. Over the years you have talked about fitness and exercise in a very approachable and accessible way, and I just thought you'd like to know it's made a difference to at least this chatter.
Damn, magnets. That's awesome. Congratulations. Oh, this is like Godzilla films?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
This is for you to watch off stream. Thank me later.
Watch off stream? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm not like
oh yeah, wow, that's
the biggest fan in the world.
Very cool.
And like I've watched some Merman Rider, I've watched some Ultraman, I've watched some Godzilla.
Wow,
I'm not really an authority on it. Thank you, Apollo Asis. Berserk the Dark Age episode 1. Oh, fan animated series, and this came out 3 days ago. Fuck. All right, before we get off Young Lean, mandatory, we have to look at this real quick. This shit was fire when I was in college.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thanks for the laughs, big guy.
Thank you, Miller Time. Guys, thank you so much for the crazy hype train.
I got an empire of emotional squads, see me cruising in my go-kart. I'm Warhol, I'm Wario when I'm in Mario Kart. Top in the charts, facing my cards, chop on my luck and we're running these bars. Coca cool of fame, I'm insane, trip through memory lane. Out in that rush, you know, and I see my own white shadows and tattoo calls, right with a bad diagnose, confident nose. Too weird for the motherfuck boys, cashing and sad boys out in Europe, sipping crystal. I'm smoking loud with my lost boys, all this money don't make me sad though. Rob a band.
You like Bladee? You know what's interesting? Ironically, I'm not a Bladee guy. I really like Young Lean. Bladee has never really hit for me.
My bands, bro, don't close your eyes and lean back, dog. Y'all ain't ready for the lean attack, dog. Lean, hanging with my team.
And honestly, can I just say it? I just think Young Lean's production was better. I've never heard a Bladee song that like the I don't know, the production just was always off for me. Be Nice to Me.
If it's illegal, I don't mind it. If it's wrong, I don't want to be right. I don't want to talk if you're not nice. I don't want to be nice.
I mean, it's all right.
Take no shit from anyone.
Will day 3 of reminding you to fuck a chocolate chicken on stream, or was it test hungry man brownie chicken? I forgot which one.
What the fuck did you just say to me? There were so many words there.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
H.
Listen, I know there are a lot of Bladee fans. I've tried Bladee. Maybe I was just too old at the time, but Young Lean was like my shit, bro. I listened to a lot of Young Lean. Bladee was just never. I don't know. I to be fair, I tried a lot of Bladee. I don't think he's bad. I've never heard a Bladee song where I was like, I hate that. But I've never heard a Bladee song where I was like, very important pick of the boys. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I thought the last episode of The Boys was decent. I feel like it's kind of righting the ship a little bit. I don't know how to feel about The Boys. I don't want to ruin anything for anyone, but there's one thing that I can talk about because it's not really a spoiler. But they threw out all the Generation V stuff, which I'm kind of surprised by, that they just decided to like Generation V is gone. It felt really strange to build that show for 2 seasons to like very intentionally tie its plot line into the main Boys universe, and then like just kind of be like, oh, there's going to be no more Gen V, and Gen V is not going to make any appearance in The Boys. Like, I was like, this is such a strange decision. Like, they built up Marie Monroe so much just to be like, get it out of here. I don't know. I was really confused by that. Kagurabachi. I don't know what Kagurabachi is. Fuck. Okay, can I say something? As a nerd, it does feel crazy because like I do think that the golden era of anime was like late 90s, early 2000s. I feel like so much of the best anime was made in that period of time. It feels like we're entering like a second anime renaissance. Like everything I'm watching is fucking unbelievable. Dude, I was talking to Marsh last night about Jujutsu Kaisen, and I think even like the haters have come around on that season of Jujutsu Kaisen where it was like, dude, it was over the fucking top. Fire Force is over the top. Hell's Paradise is over the top. Like there's just so much anime right now that's like, it's so good. JJK is eye candy, but lacks real substance. Can I be honest? And I don't mean this as an offensive take because you're a longtime member of the community and I like you. I think that's a hipster take. I think JJK is now that anime where like anime hipsters don't like how widespread it's become. But like, I honestly don't know how you can say that about JJK. JJK has no story. I think either you're a hipster and you really don't want the popular anime to be good, or you just don't get it.
Did you watch
I don't know.
Megalobox? It's a stunning sci-fi boxing anime done in the 90s style. They even captured the cells in 480p so you get that retro blur on the edge of
I
the
really
lines.
like, can I be honest?
It's Cowboy Bebop meets Rocky.
No, it's not Cowboy Bebop. I appreciate that. But no, Megalobox is fantastic. I think the big problem with Megalobox for me was the first season was great and I really didn't like the second season. With Peace and Love, I think they tried to do something that was like very subversive with their protagonist. And it just didn't work. Like I was so on board with the Megalobox protagonist to like come in and be this underdog that we got on board with. And I wanted so much to like the second season, but they like tried to make him, I don't know, like a scumbag in the second season. It just didn't work, in my opinion. I just didn't like it. But the first season was incredible. The second season was still good, but the first season was amazing. That's crazy and easily proven wrong. This isn't a debate. JJK has great story writing outside of season one. Everything from that on is just magic, and you clearly haven't paid attention. So I think if you want to have a legitimate criticism of JJK, I think there is a problem in JJK where there are some plot elements that they will be completely
that's very
like
cool.
neurotic.
Happy anniversary, William.
Thank you. About explaining, right? Sometimes the narrator will sit down and be like, his power is activated by his lust for sex. Every time he's aroused, he can create a negazone. And like that is one thing. But then there are other plot elements that they like allow it to be very latent and they don't like do hand holding. And I think sometimes the mix of those two things like can create kind of uncertainty when like certain elements they are explaining to like the nth degree, and other elements they're kind of just allowing them to do whatever they want. But let's be real. JJK has some of the best characters in anime ever. And it's like not even close. Like I would say they have 5 characters that are in like the top 100 anime characters of all time. Like they're so big and crazy and well thought out, and they have unique powers, and they're just like immediately you're like, oh. They just have characters that are so unbelievable. I don't know. I really like it. I know there's some people that don't like it. Who's your top 5? I mean, obviously Satoru Gojo is fucking peak. Like Satoru Gojo is peak. Like, and I think a lot of men get threatened because so many women would leave them for Satoru Gojo. And I get that. That's tough. To know that your girlfriend would rather be with Satoru Gojo. That's tough. I think Kento was another character that was like, I was 100% on board. He was fucking amazing. Suguru is like, as a villain, is incredible. Chozo, I fucking love. And then Toji also. Like all of those characters, I was just like. And then in the new season, fucking the lawyer, unreal. The comedy guy, literally one of the greatest bits of narration I've ever heard was when he was like, his powers border that of Satoru Gojo. He can manifest anything he thinks is funny. However, he does not understand his power. I was like, yeah!
Oh, yeah, wow.
Dude, I was
cool.
in.
Love you, Will Naffle.
I was in. I was fully in. I was like, I also really like Fire Force. We can move on from JJK because I know some people just don't like JJK. Peace and love. That's fine for you. That's fine. But Fire Force is also fucking phenomenal. Fire Force is a bit horny though. Dude, if we were going to disqualify every anime that's horny,
wow, that's very cool.
We would have
Fire
no
Force
anime to watch. If we were to disqualify every horny anime, there would be no more anime. Horniness is at the fucking soul of anime. People would just watch Freerun.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
I
very
didn't
cool.
know that Fire
Maki
Force
had
was a
whole
prequel
Lady
to Soul
Snowblood
Eater.
reference episode, and it was fire.
Maki had a whole Lady Snowblood reference episode and it was fire. Yeah. I mean, dude, JJK is peak in my opinion. It's what's the horniest anime as a non-watcher? Golden Boy. And it's not even close. Golden Boy, and it's like not even more so than like hentai. Golden Boy is the horniest anime. Okay. I already see someone saying study in chat, which like that is a horny man reference. He's referencing the BMO Baby motorcycle episode of Golden Boy. And it's like, I feel seen, brother. I feel seen. No one can outdo my BMO Baby. Food Wars? No, it's not even close. With Peace and Love, if you haven't seen Golden Boy is the horniest anime. By far. Food Wars is way hornier. You're wrong. Dude, he drinks pool water from behind a girl that's swimming during a pool race from her vagina. He jumps off a cliff on his bicycle to fuck a girl during a motorcycle race. He licks a toilet seat after his boss goes to the bathroom. With Peace and Love, if you haven't seen Golden Boy, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. It is the horniest anime. It was the prototype for horny anime. Have you seen GTO? GTO is incredible. But like Golden Boy is the horniest anime by like leaps and bounds. Golden Boy and GTO fall into a weird category of being better than they should be. Right. because the amazing thing about Golden Boy is like, I think there's something about a lot of young men when they watch Golden Boy that they feel seen, where Golden Boy is like so fucking horny. And I think we've all felt that, but he allows himself at the end of the day to be a good person. Like he never lets the horniness win. He beats the motorcycle girl and then just rides away instead of fucking her. He always tries to do good despite his terminal horniness. Licking the toilet seat, let the horny win. Well, we all have different ways of cleaning our toilet seat, I guess. Yeah, but Golden Boy's the horniest anime. Should I watch Golden Boy? I don't know. Golden Boy at this point feels pretty dated, but there are some great moments in Golden Boy. I watched Golden Boy when I was like 15 years old. La Blue Girl is way hornier. Yeah, but La Blue Girl is straight up hentai. Like, that's like saying like, oh yeah, dude, Euphoria isn't even that horny. Have you seen this glory hole fucking DVD? It's like, yeah, man. That's porn. So cool to see a streamer do this. Oh, was this Cinna's storm chasing video? I saw this. This was crazy. This was crazy.
It's huge. It's huge. That's a really good.
Did you ever watch Prison School? Prison School is actually another one that's surprisingly good because it's very funny. That scene where the guy shits himself super hard to distract the teacher is very funny to me.
What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! They're with us too! They're twins! What the fuck?
That's so rare!
What the fuck?
That's so rare! Oh my god, that's insane!
Oh my god! Oh my god! This is
Damn. That was dope. Good for Cinna. That's awesome. What anime would you suggest to someone who is new to anime? I mean, it's always tough because like I feel like a lot of the anime I would recommend to a newbie is like not very anime coded. Like there's a lot of like one-shot anime that I think is like really fucking good. But like I think things are moving more and more. Miyazaki first. Miyazaki, in my opinion, is not even really anime. I just think those are animated films. If you are an adult, just don't. I so disagree with that. I so disagree with that. I think there's so many worthwhile anime projects. Like for adults, I think Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop, Mushishi, Steins Gate, like Death Note, like all of those can be enjoyed by anybody. Like you don't have to be an anime head to enjoy a lot of those. Then there are like kind of like the shonen power scaling stuff that I think is almost like wrestling where you have to get into the style of storytelling to appreciate it more. You got to buy in. Yeah. Have you seen Scavenger's Reign? Yeah, Scavenger's Reign is definitely not an anime, but I love Scavenger's Reign. I was really sad when they discontinued it. You ever watch Psycho-Pass? Yes. Oh my God. Wait. Oh, fuck. I saw this and I tripped. I thought they were adding Booster Gold to season 2 of Creature Commandos and I almost shit my pants hard. James Gunn confirms he is not writing Booster Gold series or Creature Commandos season 2. I'm not writing either of them. Dude, I almost fucking freaked. That would be so hype. I'm really excited to see what they do with Booster. I'm really excited to see, dude. I mean, there's gonna be so much fucking shit coming out that's amazing. Go ahead.
Don't take no shit from anyone.
Maybe a warm take, but the first season of The Promised Neverland is phenomenal, especially if you enjoy something like The Twilight Zone. Just pretend the subsequent seasons don't exist.
Isn't there only one subsequent season of Promised Neverland? I thought there was only one follow-up season. You ever seen Darker Than Black? Truly a peak anime, doesn't get enough love. I like Darker Than Black. Darker Than Black has some problems, but I really enjoy Darker Than Black. You have to watch The Last Man. You mean Why the Last Man? I mean, I read Why the Last Man. Are you talking about the live action of it? Well, have you heard about Gremlins at 3? I've heard whispering. Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is a show that shouldn't have ended. What's her name? Ravi? She's one of the all-time anime protagonists. Revi, yeah. Last Man is a French animated series? Huh? Last Man. So this isn't Why the Last Man? Interesting. Different show. Damn, we are deep in the anime discourse. We are deep in the outer regions of nerddom. The only funny dynamic on The Boys right now, dads, when you refuse to move 100 kilogram concrete bags on Sunday morning. So specific.
Look at you. Just the softest, wettest boy. You're pathetic. You're nothing at all.
Dude, I have to admit, shame, that I really like Soldier Boy. I just like Soldier Boy. And it's interesting because I feel like he's done less evil than like a lot of other characters, even though he's extremely evil. All he cares about is the nookie. I did it all for the nookie. Come on.
Wait, no.
Wait, what is this?
Oh, they're going back to the future because they've been there before.
I think so.
Right.
Wait,
Yes.
so
What
then
was
is
the
it
third
even
one
the about? Yeah.
They go back to the Old West in the third one.
Oh, I
First
love
one,
that
they go
one.
back, right?
Uh-huh.
And then he goes back and he's like, oh my God, the timeline's all changed. Then the second one is like, Marty, your kids, we got to talk about your kids. So they go to the future to deal with his children that are all fucked
All
up.
he cared about was kissing his mom instead of like killing Hitler.
No, that's not at all.
I feel like we need to talk about that. Marty
No, he
McFly.
actively tried not to fuck his mom. His mom was deeply sexually attracted to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, but well, he could have just like, but he
left
could have gone and killed Hitler.
Yeah, he should have killed Hitler.
No, the whole point of the movie is you can't change the timeline.
Well, we
You
don't know
change
until we change it. So
I've never seen Back to the Future.
I'm gonna kill you.
Wait, why are you more mad at me?
He could have probably stopped Dahmer too.
that one's not as important.
That's lower
Marty
level.
McFly, high school student, goes back and is like, oh, Jeffrey, I gotta stop you, man.
How old was Ted Bundy in the 50s?
That's a good one. See,
Oh, baby. I think he was a baby.
there's so
Why
many
are,
things.
why are they outfitting low-level criminals in comparison to Adolf Hitler?
Well, I
You
think
went
more
from
accessible.
Adolf Hitler to Jeffrey Dahmer, and what's next? Like a guy who pissed you off the other week?
Dahmer's a serial killer.
I know, but compared to Adolf Hitler, we're talking about like changing the trajectory.
Now the Jeffrey Dahmer apologist over here. Wait, no. No, they're going.
I'm fighting for my life every single week. I'm fighting for my life every single fucking week.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Been missing a lot of streams. Nice to catch up. Got myself a baby of a GF a few months ago.
Oh,
Moved
thank
in
you.
Together this week. Thank you for the tips on becoming a better person.
Oh.
Never mind being real. Peace,
Shit.
love.
Thank you. It is crazy to me how often Cutie Cinderella completely misunderstands the points of TV, film, music, books, magazines, pictures. Like just media in general. I was like, what? That what? That is not. All right, here's the trailer for the new Jackass. I haven't seen this yet.
The stunts in this movie were performed by professionals.
Hi, I'm Wee Man.
I'm Bam Margera.
I'm Preston Lacey. I'm Chris Pontius.
So for your safety and the protection of those around you,
I'm Dave England. I'm Danger Aaron. I'm Steve. I'm Ryan Dunn.
do not attempt any of the stunts you have just
Wow, Ryan, that's so sad.
seen.
Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass. Welcome to the first day of our last film. What are you feeling? I'm sad. Does it make you sad, Chris? No, I'm not in touch with my emotions. I would like to introduce you to our new cast member, Larry.
Nice to meet you all. Big fans.
Oh my gosh, he got you! Give me a bucket of water so I can throw it on Larry. 25 years and we haven't learned a goddamn thing. Can someone go get the shot collar for your penis? Poopy said he wants to try it.
Hi, I'm Poop.
You're taking it to a whole other level. Yep. Look pretty happy
Yep. This is a classic.
about it.
If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough.
High five. This is the escape room from hell. Start the game. I think we're moving to the next room.
If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough.
This jump is good one. You got it in the stomach pretty good. We are going to be making history today with the first robot prostate exam.
This is what Jackass looks like at 50. You see the finger on that thing?
That's not a finger. It's a claw.
Let's let it rip, baby.
Yeah, man, listen, maybe they've extended this beyond its usefulness, but I think I will always be nostalgic. You know, they always talk about how fucking millennials are too nostalgic. I will always be nostalgic for Jackass, man. Jackass felt like such a amazing, strange, you know, piece of our childhood that I was just so dialed into. I'm glad they get to do like a full-blown send-off and they do it happily. You know, it might not be the best, but you could never get tired of Jackass. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, come on, Bam. Stop trying to suck my what? It felt like the first piece of media for me. Everything before that was overproduced and cheesy. Yeah, it definitely felt like a quantum leap forward.
That's for cool.
It's hard to hate, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I grew up with those guys. It's a Come Town bit. Oh, okay. Jacoby, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Monday. Let's stick to the motherfucking script, shall we? Let's stick to the motherfucking script. Any One Piece update? No, I have stopped watching One Piece to watch all the other anime that's out right now. Peace and love. Let us do some fucking Neff news, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Chunky
That's
Spaceman, thank you.
These days, everyone wants to be an anchorman and do the news, but everyone else is a fake and a phony. This is the only real news on this fucking platform. If you want to know what matters in this sad little world, this is the only place to get all the news that's fit to breathe. Brought to you by the Badass Boss, hosted by the one and only, your motherfucking favorite anchor, Real Neff.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in, welcome in. It's a Monday, and we're going to get back to our scheduled content. Tomorrow, we start a new season of Survivor. Wednesday, we have a film night. This weekend, I'm going to do another music stream, but tonight on Mondays, we do Neff News, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never been here on a Monday before, basically, we just look at some stupid news stories from around the internet that Haas has collected for us. I've never seen them. And I'm excited. I'm excited because it's been a while since we've done enough news. So let's get into it. Let's warm you up. I've never seen these stories. Haas went and pulled them off the internet. We're going to start with our animals in nature. Our first story, we have an ultra rare lobster. Let's take a look.
Well, check this out. A rare split color lobster has been found off Cape Cod. According to a
Oh my God, the Deathstroke lobster. What the fuck? That is crazy.
Fleet Shellfish Company, the lobster is being spared.
That is crazy. That's Deathstroke.
And donated to Woods Hole Science Aquarium, where it will eventually be on display. Marine officials say split lobsters are extremely rare. Their coloring is caused by unique genetic variations.
That is insane. That is insane. I love that. This happens to tarantulas too? What? That's like the ultra rare shiny Pokemon. All right, next story, parrot submarine. I don't even know what those words mean together.
Wild adventures with a parrot. Danny New met a parrot who now has his own submarine, if you can believe
What?
that. His name is BB. He's from Iowa, but he recently got to explore the Atlantic Ocean.
Can you make captions smaller? There we go.
You might be looking at history right now, because yes, that is a parrot exploring the Atlantic Ocean in a DIY submarine.
He is very comfortable with that. I'm his buddy.
Iowan Stephen Lawyer
But
didn't want
why?
to leave his 6-year-old pal BB alone when he went to the Bahamas for a month. So the former physics major instead invented a contraption he calls the Bebosphere.
It's not full of air right now.
Bebosphere?
But it's at 3,000 PSI, the same as a scuba tank.
Oh my.
For the record, this is not
That bird was trying to fly.
the first time Stephen assembled a contraption for BB. He also created a Beeble so they could go skydiving together. He says they've now gone 15 times.
Maybe just leave the bird at home.
When I'm going to jump, he will go in there voluntarily. He lets us know if he
This dude definitely lets his bird watch him fuck.
wants to go.
Over the past week or so, this video has picked up millions of views online with varying reactions. One commenter writing, "Love it," while another says, "I'm not really sure he wants that."
Yes.
Couple comments
yes,
from people who
Yes. While asking, can we? He never asked, should we?
did not like this concept.
No, I get it. Was BB at risk while in the submarine? My answer is very, very, very low because of all the precautions I took. Here you go. Ready? Go.
Overall, Steven just feels all this inventing is worth it if he doesn't have to leave his best bud in a cage. I mean,
Wow.
if Steven's not there, who's going to feed him cashews?
But look at his manners there. He'll
Literally anyone, but
hold the cashew in his foot while he eats it.
I know he went underwater, but this is way cooler to me.
I don't know how to feel about the Bebosphere. The Bebosphere seems a little problematic, but whatever. Mexican axolotl found in Wales? Oh my God. I didn't know Marsh went to the UK.
And a very rare Mexican axolotl found in a river in South Wales, the first ever recorded in the wild in the UK. Now this is a Mexican axolotl, a rare amphibian that's not been found in the wild in the UK before until now. 10-year-old Evie Hill was with her family in South Wales when she discovered it under a bridge in the River Ogmore. Navtej Johal takes up the story.
Meet Dippy, an endangered
Dippy? Come on.
Mexican axolotl. It's a type of salamander, and it owes its life to 10-year-old Evie from Leicester.
I'm hungry today, aren't you?
A few weeks ago, she was on a campervan holiday with her family in Wales when they made a stop by the River Ogmore in Bridgend. While playing in the water by the Dipping Bridge, she spotted an axolotl.
Oh, that's why they named it Dippy.
We all ran up to my mum saying, there's an axolotl in the water, there's an axolotl. She didn't believe me.
Did not believe her at all. I said, there is no way she's found an axolotl. She's seen a newt or a lizard or something.
A newt.
I went back in, but it swam up the stream and dug its nose into a rock. So when it was finally still, I could grab it.
What was it like holding an axolotl?
It felt really weird. It's like slimy, like a fish. We didn't have anything to put it in, so we had to put it in my auntie's gravy.
That is a smart girl that she knew what an axolotl is.
Jug.
Evie believes that Dippy, named after the bridge, was a pet that was abandoned by its owner. After seeking expert advice, the family have been told they can keep it.
Why not leave it? Because it's an invasive species, dog.
It's really cool to have it like in the lounge, and like I still don't really believe it.
Experts say this is the first documented discovery of an axolotl in the wild in the UK, with only 50 to 1,000 left globally.
They are quite slippery little chaps, so she did really well to actually manage to capture this one, which is just as well, because I think if she hadn't, I think his future...
Because she is an American? Touche.
Would not been very bright.
I'm immensely proud. I've told everybody about it.
Evie's so inspired by her discovery, she now wants to become a marine biologist. Navtej Johal, BBC News, Leicester.
Wow. Damn, 50 to 1,000. I feel like that belongs in a museum. All right, now let the little girl keep it. It's fine. It's whatever. Deer stampede through house. Holy shit. What? Oh my God.
Okay, that is a loud and scary way to wake up in Shippensburg, but the stampede of deer was just the beginning of a wild morning today. CBS 21's Sarah Burns met with the man who had those uninvited guests running around his
Jumanji.
home, causing all that damage and wondering how to get the animals out. Sarah.
A whole herd of deer came bounding through the closed front door of this Shippensburg home Thursday, leaving a trail of damage in their wake. Now the homeowners trying to figure out how to
How did they just go through the door?
up the cost of a couple bucks. A deer's natural home is the forest. But one herd of deer in Shippensburg decided they were missing out on the comforts of home.
Oh, shit.
A whole pile of deer come flying through the door. First one ended up laying down here, and the other 4 ran around the house for a little while. After a few minutes, the first...
He is pissed. He did not get any whimsy from the deer stampede.
3 ran out the door.
But one was still stuck in the kitchen.
Moved my way around it and kind of pushed it and shoved it, and it finally...
Punched it in the face.
Yeah. And then...
Kids say the darndest things. She ratted him out. He was like, yeah, I gave it a push. I gave it a shove. He punched it in the fucking face. Yeah.
They turned around and ran out here.
5 deer entered the home, but only 4 left. Owen said one broke its neck at the foot of the stairs.
Oh.
That was just the beginning. The herd left tufts of hair, hoof marks on the floor, and even
Oh,
a hole in the
no.
dining room wall.
I'm still finding glass on the floor. The door jambs are broke all the way down through the middle.
After getting his daughter to safety, Owen said he spent hours scrubbing blood out of his carpet and putting a destroyed first floor back together. But Owen said he's prepared if the deer try to move in again.
Well, if they ever come back, I can make a new addition to my wall over here.
Oh my God.
Now, one of those deer actually missed the front door and went straight for the garage door. And I was told this is actually not opening anymore, an electric garage. And the biggest question on everybody's mind is, what were the deer running from? What spooked them into the house in the first place? And Owen told me he's not
Literally anything.
exactly sure, but this isn't the first time deer have been seen in the neighborhood. And he's just hopeful that this is a one and done circumstance for his house and his door. In Shippensburg.
He's really hoping not to have another stampede of deer come through his house and die. All right. Scientists discover a new fossil in Texas. Ooh. I love
Well, Central
fossils.
Texas just got
What
a major
the fuck is that? Is that a fucking sandworm? Oh, that's water. I thought this was all a fossil. Okay, I'm dumb.
Central Texas just got a major prehistoric surprise. 2 scientists who were snorkeling through an underwater cave near San Antonio
I literally thought they discovered Shai Hulud.
stumbled on a treasure trove of fossils down there. You're looking at video from that excursion. Among their findings, a giant tortoise and a lion-sized relative of the armadillo. Fossils, that is. Creatures that haven't been seen in this area before, dating...
That photo is so great. He just face down in ankle deep water. Oh my God.
Back around 100,000 years. These fossils giving researchers a whole new look now at the Central Texas Ice Age past.
They finally found a tortoise fossil. Someone let Hassan know. He's going to be stoked. Finally, tortoise. Crab attack is our next story.
I love that. And
Oh no.
before we go, you want to show me one of the most expensive seafood pieces here? Let me get my gloves on to hold it. Ali and Atco. Oh my goodness. You
Oh no. Oh no.
didn't tell me it was a big crab. Oh my goodness. Let me go.
Sir, be responsible with that.
Let me help. You want to hold it? Look at the size
of that. Be careful.
It's a lot, right?
Be careful.
Oh my goodness.
Be careful.
Oh my god. That is...
Just weed all over it.
Goodness,
Be
it's like
careful.
suffocating my hand right now.
Hey Taylor, can you give
That's
it a kiss?
Huge. Wow, we're not mucking around.
Can you give it a kiss?
No, be careful.
Oh, don't go to the front.
Give me a kiss.
Oh, it got her hand. It got her hand.
Oh no.
It's got my finger.
Oh my God.
It's got my finger.
Oh my God.
It's actually got my finger.
Oh no.
Guys, we'll go back to you guys. It's got my finger. Oh my goodness.
We're going to go back to you. He's got my finger. Hey guys, we're going to go back to you. It's cutting my finger off. Please fucking help me. Hey guys, we're going to go back to you. He's got my finger. Please, for the love of God. Hey guys, throwing it back to you. Cut the fucking camera. Please, God, put a bullet in this crab's fucking head.
Oh, Tay.
They're not cutting away.
Yeah. Let's
Oh my
They're
God.
not cutting away.
leave them to rectify that
Yes.
situation. We didn't want to leave you at home without an update from our weather presenter, Taylor Haynes, and her incident with a crab down at the Sydney Fish Market. Let's bring in Tay Tay now.
Oh my God.
Hey Tay, are you doing okay? Hey guys, yeah, look, it wasn't on my bingo card for 2026. Look, at the start it was funny, and I think my whole crew and everyone here thought like we were making a joke out of it, but the crab got my finger, and it was not letting go, wasn't it, Mike?
No.
It was holding on for dear life. You had to. How did you eventually? I can't even remember. I'm still in shock. But how did you get the crab to let go?
Yeah, I put my finger in its crab arsehole. I fucking fingered its butthole and it let go.
Wasn't letting go.
We ended up getting a big metal bar to go in and pry its claw. Actually,
It took a while.
Yeah.
It did take a good while, but I will be going to hospital after this. I unfortunately couldn't read my last bit of weather, but Yeah, the pain's real if you want to. Yeah, I've got no movement, but yeah, it's
Oh, that broke her finger.
it's awful. We need to arrest that crab. Where is he?
Yeah, it's incredible. I saw a guy get pinched yesterday by this tiny little thing, and he was squealing. She took it like a champ. We didn't even know you were actually pinched because you were just pain tolerance is high.
Yeah, so yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, we didn't
but
realize
we'll be
the
right. Thank you so much
seriousness
for checking in, though.
at first.
Oh my God. And she's okay. Jesus Christ. All right, the last animal story we got in Ohio, Frogman.
The city of Loveland, famous for its bike trails, the Little Miami River, and the Loveland Frogman.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
What the fuck is that? Yo, Chumbawungus. Thank you. Thanks to everybody for supporting tonight.
For decades, many have claimed to see a massive frog roaming around the Little Miami River.
That's a battle toad.
Well, some places have Bigfoot, and we have the Loveland Frogman.
I've never seen the Frogman, but I have heard so many stories about the Frogman.
Now, two state lawmakers, Representatives Tristan Rader and Gene Schmidt, are trying to get the mythical animal some state recognition. The two state reps, including multiple co-sponsors, introduced a bill to the State House last week. The bill would make the Loveland Frog or Frogman the state's official cryptid if it gets approved.
I think it's really exciting because we all love myths.
That would be awesome for the entire state.
Healthcare! Healthcare!
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Ribbit. Please! Well, we can't give you insulin, but we can give you an official state cryptid. All right, we'll take it.
What? That's pretty crazy.
So, what's a cryptid? The Merriam-Webster Dictionary describes it as an animal that has been claimed to exist, but never proven to exist.
Sort of like the Loch Ness Monster or Sasquatch.
My brother is a retired frogman.
White people shit? I'm inclined to agree with you, but have you ever seen that leprechaun in Mobile, Alabama? You've seen the leprechaun. Let me hear you say, yeah.
Not even joking.
I didn't see anything, but I saw the river.
The Loveland Frogman is a local staple, from t-shirts, a festival, and even a movie.
Plays done about him. I think there's even a few songs about him.
Part of our logo, as you can see there along the wall back there. So we're all in for the Loveland Frog.
For the bill to become law, it's got to hop a few lily pads first. It needs to go through committees, the state House and Senate, and then to the
Why?
governor's desk, where his signature would make it official.
Wow.
Just make it the mascot, along with the cardinal. We have to have the cardinal in there too.
In Loveland, Sam Harris-Simowitz, WCP.
Wow. It's got to go through multiple fail-safes and levels of government, doesn't it? Okay. Will, today is my birthday. All right, to all my birthday heads, let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
Lisa.
For all the birthdays.
What, Bart? It's 6 a.m. That's right. Hope you like your present. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lisa, it's your birthday. God bless you this day. You gave me the gift of a little sister, and I'm proud of you today. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. I wish you love and goodwill. I wish you praise and joy.
I wish you better than your heart desires.
And your first kiss from a boy. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Yeah. Oh, this is
To all my birthdays in the house. Because you only get one per day. Don't abuse it. Happy birthday. All right. Happy birthday, everybody. Moving on to the world record roundup, longest trip in a 3-wheeled vehicle.
Now then, here's a challenge that even Del Boy might have found a stretch. 2 men are driving a Reliant Robin from London to Cape Town to raise money for charity. Oliver Jenks and Seth Scott are hoping to break a Guinness World Record for their 10,000-mile journey to South Africa. They managed to get the Sheila, the 3-wheeler, as far as Spain.
Doesn't this car tip all the time?
It's actually one of the last ever Reliant Robin vans ever built. So it's got a bit of history behind it. And we're taking it on one last underdog story to show how great these cars were. Some of those common questions we get is why didn't you raise it or put bigger tyres on? Yeah. And that is the Achilles heel of the Robin, really. If we put it any higher, we would probably tip over. It's quite wobbly at the best of times. So yeah, we've had to keep the standard tyres on for that reason. But she's doing all right. She's chugging along.
Yeah, in case you don't know, these things flip over like shit.
Oh no.
These things flip over all the fucking time.
There we go. Reliant Robin. Oh no. I've crashed it. I've crashed it almost immediately. I mean.
Oh no. Makes you wonder how a car like that got off the assembly line. All right. Next story, world's oldest doctor.
You know, I tell residents, now when you get into practice, don't be upset when a patient says,
this guy is using a Nordic climber. My aunt used to have one of these fucking things in her basement. I literally would get on it. It has skis on it. So you would pull these and then there would be skis on the bottom. And I would stand on the Nordic climber and ski and play Final Fantasy VII. I have such a vivid memory of me being in a basement that looked just like this, Nordic climbing and playing Final Fantasy VII.
When a patient says, do you mind if I get a second opinion from someone a little older? And I tell them, before you blink twice, you'll hear them say, do you mind if I get a second opinion from someone a little younger who knows the latest material?
Hi, I'm Austin Tucker, and I'm Dr. Howard Tucker's grandson. Almost everyone who worked with my grandfather over the years has told me that he was an expert diagnostician, meaning he could make a diagnosis without relying on
complex. What does it work out? We're still trying to figure that out, honestly.
Imaging studies or scans. He could just listen to the patient and understand their history to get to the right diagnosis. A lot of patients would joke that he was always running late to their appointments because he was spending so much time talking with the other patients before them. So I think my grandfather really loved being around people. He loved listening to his patients and treating them and helping them solve their problems.
Dude, he's quite swaggy.
When my grandfather wasn't working, and he was working a lot, he just enjoyed living life to the fullest. And that meant spending time with his family and friends, especially his wife, Sue, who is now 92. And she only recently retired in her early 90s as a psychiatrist. Wow. My grandfather was curious about the world around him, loved to snowshoe, loved to tell jokes, loved to enjoy a martini with friends, and loved being around his family, his wife, his 4 children, and 10 grandchildren. When I think about my grandfather's personality and his approach to his work, the word curiosity comes to mind. I think my grandfather exemplified what it means.
Working till you're 90, the American dream. Listen, I know it's not everybody, and I know it's not even a slim minority of people, but some people really do love to work. Some people really do love their fucking jobs. Like my dad still works all the time. Can't stop him. 96 years old. Fucking loves it. Doesn't need to. Just dialed.
Stay curious at any age and want to continue learning new things. You know, well into his 90s and even up until 103, my grandfather wanted to understand and learn the world around him and the technology around him. And even if he didn't know how to do something, he was going to spend the time to learn it and master it. And he was going to remain independent and remain active so he could continue doing the things he loved, which was working.
Your dad's 96? Correct.
And being with his family and friends. My family and I are so incredibly grateful to Guinness World Records for honoring my grandfather with the title of oldest doctor ever. Back when my grandfather was still practicing in his late 90s, I remember he heard on the radio about a barber who was still cutting people's hair well into his 80s and 90s. And my grandfather wondered, hey, maybe I'm the oldest practicing doctor. We applied for the record, and we were so thrilled and excited back then when my grandfather received the title of oldest practicing doctor. So to know that Guinness World Records is honoring my grandfather with this new title as oldest doctor ever, it's incredibly meaningful to us.
Wow. That was so cute. That was so cute. Why no interview with him? He's dead, unfortunately, but honoring him post-mortem is very cute. Largest Tomb Raider collection.
Welcome to my home. I'll give you a guided tour.
Oh my God.
Hi, my name is Amy Dyson and I have the Guinness World Records title for the most Tomb Raider video games at 291. This here is my Tomb Raider collection of video games. At the current record, it was 291.
Oh, thank God it's a woman. Oh, she can be a gooner too. What the heck?
It has actually now increased to 300.
Let's not just immediately give her the pass. You know, she might be gooning as well. She can goonette.
131. Aside from my Tomb Raider games, I do actually have a massive Tomb Raider collection. I used to run an official fan site called Amy D Tomb Raider Collector. From it, I actually worked alongside Tomb Raider and had my names credited featured in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. This is a film reel from the first Angelina Jolie movie that is just a photocopy of it. It's not the official film reels, but I just thought it was neat. As you can see, the elephant in the room is my giant Lara Croft statue. She features the 2013 reboot necklace that came with a collector's edition strategy guide, some iconic Tomb Raider glasses, and the free medals that you could be rewarded from the Conqueror Walking Challenge, which I successfully did last year. This here was gifted from a friend of mine when the Tomb Raider 2018 movie premiere happened.
I was actually a big Tomb Raider fan of the original Tomb Raiders. I love those games.
I was very fortunate and went to see the London premiere, had a magazine signed by Alicia Vikander and picked this up for me. It was extremely awkward to carry in the underground. I got a lot of questions and security had to stop me at one point, but I got it home eventually. One of the weirdest things I own is this here. This is from one of the official Tomb Raider slot machines. I found it on eBay for £20 one day and just never seen anything like it. I don't believe any other collector just has the glass top piece. On the floor, I have the official Tomb Raider motorbike helmet. I don't know how to ride a bike. I never have learned and I never will. It is just a very novel piece
Laura right there.
in any Tomb Raider fan's collection. Next to that is the shin pads, but also one of the more obscure things that I own. It's the Tomb Raider bath set that was from M&S back in the 90s. I also own 3 Tomb Raider skateboards.
Okay,
2 of them
that deck is fucking sick.
Factory sealed. Once again, don't
Nethel, thank you for the streams, Will.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Panda.
know how to skate, never learned how to skate, tried a little bit in lockdown, but these are too precious to give up and break, so they are just as standard in my collection.
Yeah, this deck is crazy.
This is another weird, obscure thing. This one I found for, I think, 20 euros years ago on eBay France. This is a bus stop sign, but unlike any other normal bus stop sign, I don't know why, it is a promotional McDonald's bus stop sign featuring Lara from Underworld.
Wow.
Stealing a bag of fries, as she does. My vast array of Tomb Raider t-shirts. This one is signed from Murty Schofield, who worked on Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. A replica of the Her Universe Shadow of the Tomb Raider t-shirt. Next to it is a sealed Lucozade raft that I will never open and never use. This standee that my brother got for me when, again, the Tomb Raider 2018 movie had come out on Blu-ray and DVD. And then the final area is just host of some of my statues. I've got the 20
A full year already.
Smart man, thank you for the year.
Anniversary patch. Various statues. This one in particular is not the official one that fans will know and love. This is actually a replica, but it was £20 and I wasn't going to miss up the opportunity to have it. I love Tomb Raider just because it's been part of my youth ever since I was around about 6 years old. My dad purchased the video game just on a whim and he was terrible at playing it. My brother always had violent video games and games that were only 2-player that he wanted me to just sit on the sidelines. Didn't really have anything for myself, and there was finally a video game with a female protagonist. I was the only girl in my year growing up that played video games, so it was a very isolated time. All the boys thought it was very unique and different and cool, and I just carried on.
That's what I'm saying, dude. The original Tomb Raiders were hype, man. They were sick.
From there, I first started playing Tomb Raider around about age 6, and it was just absolutely fascinating that, as I said, there was a game that had a female protagonist and she was this strong character that just didn't care what was going on. Growing up, a lot of the video games catered to girls were mainly about pets, playing vet, being a teacher, play Barbies and dress up, and I didn't like anything like that. I liked the games that my brother played, the violent nature and puzzle solving, but there was never a strong female lead during that time, and then Tomb Raider came into my life. Before Tomb Raider was Tomb Raider, one of the designers, Toby Gard...
There are way more Tomb Raider games than I thought. There are so many. Cool collection. I love me some Tomb Raider. All right, next category, social and media from the archive. What does that mean?
Charles.
The man who puts up road signs to stop fools from asking questions. From 1979.
Learned on the road in Duncan City, Georgia, is that the idea that all roads lead to Rome is ridiculous. He learned it from Lucius Duncan, who was a kind of road scholar.
We came to a country crossroads in Hall County, Georgia, and found it a very well-marked place. One sign points the way to Flowery Branch, Gainesville, Lake Lanier, Dawsonville, and Fairbanks, Alaska. Oh, and that's not the only sign. Another, for example, shows the direction to Duncan's Creek Church, Auburn, Decula, Winder, Highway 124, Disneyland, and Miami. There are 7 signs in all, and the sign painter, Lucius Duncan, is not done yet. Somebody asked him the way to Stretch-It, Texas, a few days ago, and he doesn't want to be asked that anymore. So he's adding Stretch-It to one of the signposts. The problem is that Lucius Duncan's house is the only house around here. When people get lost...
I love the idea that this is the guy from every horror movie. Where you're like, how do I get to the McMurdoch mansion? Well, you're gonna go down that road over there, but I wouldn't go down to the McMurdoch mansion. Folks say it's haunted. And he finally got sick of it. He's like, I'm making signs.
They knock on his door. At the age of 78, he decided enough is enough.
Did you ask the county to put up signs?
Yes, sir.
What did they say?
Couldn't do it. It'd bankrupt the county.
So he put up his own. He figures since he's the only man in Duncan City, that makes him the mayor. He is also, he says, the law west of the Mulberry, a little stream that meanders nearby. So he...
The only man in Duncan City.
He can set the speed limit, and the speed limit is let her go.
You've lived here a long time.
65 years.
And people have been knocking on your door all those years?
I've answered the door for 65 years, all times, day and night. I only had 6 kids. I'd have had 12 or 15 if I'd had the signs up 50 years ago.
I would have had more time to fuck and make babies. Drink alcohol, green alcohol.
I'm going to sue the county for the loss of 6 kids.
Which you'd have had if you hadn't had to spend so much time answering the door.
Yeah.
That was the breathiest, hoarsest laugh I've ever heard in my entire life. That was crazy.
Answering the door. Yeah.
So this is all a protest against the penny pinching of the county. Mayor Duncan lives on 3 mail routes, and he has 3 mailboxes, one for checks, one for duns or bills, and one for love letters.
Duns? I've never heard a bill called a dun.
gets no love letters from the county commissioners. But now at least he does have a well-marked corner.
Yeah, that road goes to London and that into Hong Kong that way. That and there goes to Shake Rag and Honolulu that way.
Shake Rag and Honolulu. As we wandered over in the general direction of Shake Rag, Georgia and Honolulu, Hawaii, I asked...
Shake Rag, Georgia. Good God.
Lucius Duncan what travelers think of his signs.
The lady stopped one day and said, "What you putting up signs for?" And I says, "Stop fools from asking questions." She said, "You go to hell."
Tell me the truth, even with all these signs, are there sometimes people who stop and still ask directions?
You know, it'd surprise you, there's lots of people can't read. That's a fact.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than it happened.
Where you wanting to go? Duluth? Follow that straight road to Buford.
Now that man was standing right beside a sign pointing the way he wanted to go.
Go that straight road there to Buford. Follow that truck. Yes, sir. Get to Buford, you know where you're at. You see what I'm up against? He can't read.
So one more traveler got pointed in the right direction, one of thousands over the last 65 years. We got the impression Lucius Duncan, in spite of what he says, gets a kick out of being indispensable around here. We left him waiting for the next lost stranger, the mayor of all he surveys, at war with the county, but at peace with the world. Charles Kuralt, CBS News, on the road in Duncan City, Georgia.
Duncan City, Georgia. What, dude? The world's greatest NPC. The world's greatest NPC. The greatest NPC that the world has ever seen. Holy shit. Boston Globe reporter goes viral because of her accent. Oh, God.
Hey, if you've been on social media the last few weeks, you have probably seen a local Boston reporter in your feed.
Emily Sweeney of the Boston Globe did a social media video that just went viral. So I went behind the scenes to talk with her about her newfound fame.
There was a crazy home invasion in Beverly over the weekend.
It began as a juicy crime story.
The car has since been recovered, but the suspect remains at large.
Holy shit.
But the accent, the tracksuit, the Boston of it all blew up on social media.
I'm Emily Sweeney from the Boston Globe, and apparently a lot of you like my accent. And I gotta say, I'm flattered.
Emily Sweeney's done videos before. She's been a veteran Globe reporter for 25 years. But this one hit different.
People ask,
flattered,
like, you know, did I plan what I was wearing that day? I was like, no, like that's how I dress, you know what I mean? And it was just,
I'm just a good old-fashioned Boston lesbian.
Another video, just another day.
Not just another day. 900,000 views overnight, now closing in on 6 million. Do you think it's because he stole a car?
I mean, possibly.
It was Beverly and he stole a car?
Yeah. I don't put on any airs, you know what I mean?
And that
I fuck heavy with her.
Seems to be the point exactly. No coastal elitism here. Sweeney's a local kid from Dorchester with degrees from Boston Latin School and Northeastern. Her Boston credentials, as we might say,
Forget about it? No, that's New York. Wrong place.
impeccable.
Boston has like that kind of like towny undercurrent that has never gone away. And so, you know, when I like go out into neighborhoods and like, you know, interviewing people,
Wicked Pissa? Now that's Boston.
often, you know, some of them, I think some people who might not want to talk will open up a little bit more to me because, you know, they hear and they know that I'm from the neighborhood. And
Emily is such a people-first journalist. I think that's so great.
Social media producer Maria Pemberton, a BU junior, says Sweeney is the realest of the real. And this viral video is the future for newsrooms.
But there's definitely an interest.
As a lesbian, I understand why she went viral. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I get it. All my lipstick girlies in here perked up a little bit. It's fine. It's okay. You can admit it.
They're from
You guys were already packing your fucking U-Haul. I get it. It's all right.
veteran journalists, and I'm happy that I'm able to kind of teach them what I know, because to me it feels natural.
You know, I think a lot of people don't realize all the work that goes into.
Oh my God, you're right. So clocked. It's okay. It's okay. We're equal opportunity here. Okay. I'm glad that some of my lesbian goonettes had a chance to,
producing a very well-sourced, accurate story.
You really opened up the process.
Yeah.
And that's what the video portion of your social media can do.
Yeah.
That's great. And a media star is born.
Right? Hey, right back at you.
After 25 years of hard work, right?
Better late than never,
Emily is so great. She said, Chris, she's hearing from people in Australia.
That's
and
incredible.
Guam. She's even blown away herself by the response. She's so interesting.
Never.
She's written 3 books. One of them about who the real Dropkick Murphy was, by the way.
Holy shit.
But you
She's so Boston, it's crazy. How do you like them apples?
can watch more of our full interview on our WBZ YouTube page.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Wow. What a story. That was awesome. Buc-ee's makes over $1 million on opening day. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
The doors to Ohio's newest attraction opened, giving everyone beaver fever.
No doubt about it. Even a week later, the Buc-ee's buzz is not done as people are still packing the place. 2 News reporter Kirsten Reedford spoke with local officials on how Buc-ee's is now the hot spot in Huber Heights. Kirsten, how do they...
We have empty museums in our country. What the fuck is happening?
feel now that it's been 1 week?
Jack, Lawrence City Council members I spoke with today said even though having a Buc-ee's in the area is crazy, it's worth it.
It's busy all the time. I've been there 4 times with my kids, and it's as crazy as it sounds.
The 4 times. Buc-ee's opening brought people from near and far, from Japan to those living just 5 minutes away.
What?
And it made over $1 million in profit on day 1.
We've heard reports back from Buc-ee's that this location was their single biggest grand opening that they've had at any store location anywhere in the country. They did over $1 million in sales just on Monday alone.
All of the local hotels were fully booked the weekend before the opening.
That's carried over through the week. So what we've seen this weekend, or actually just this past weekend, was kind of the same thing, because a lot of people who lived out of the area weren't able to be here because they opened on Monday.
It's not just a community effort. It brings in people from all over the place. And
European here, fill me in on Buc-ee. Okay, so Japan has led the way in convenience technology for forever. But essentially, there have been heir apparents in like Wawa on the East Coast, and the South finally stepped up and made a gas station called Buc-ee's, where the inside is almost like a Walmart. It's endless, and it has everything, including a wide menu of made-to-order foods that are shockingly tasty. And so people have developed a love affair with Buc-ee's. And now this is the first one on the East Coast or Midwest, and it's going absolutely fucking nuclear.
I see a lot of families go.
Placebo? No, I'll admit some of the Buc-ee's food is pretty good. Not all of it. Not all of it. I've had some food at Buc-ee's where I was like, "Wow," but there are a few things where I'm like, this is pretty good. This is up there in the Fammy Chicky universe.
It's almost like a field trip or a family outing.
Council members I spoke with aren't expecting the craze to die down anytime soon.
A lot of excitement, a lot of hype about it. So it's very exciting. I look forward to be busy for a while.
What's happening is that people outside of the city and businesses are starting to realize, you know what?
You can't say Japanese invented convenience when they legit just copied America. That is an interesting take, because I think that is like saying, God, what's a good comparison for that? That's like saying Dragon Ball Z copied fucking Yu Yu Hakusho. Like they did, but they like the difference is so much. Like they made it. I don't know. I think I think Japan's convenience is so far and away better that it's hard to say they copied it. It's an interesting debate you can have, but Buc-ee's is definitely its own fucking thing.
There is something pretty special happening in Huber Heights, and they want to be a part of it.
Well, you did not just say that laughing my ass off. Well, come on. Everybody knows Dragon Ball Z. Only real heads know you.
The mayor told me he wants Huber Heights to continue on this path to becoming a city that people want to come to live, play, and
Little
work.
Clark, thank you.
In the studio,
Put a
Kirsten
Buc-ee's in
Reedford,
Canada.
TNA
I did
News.
not.
Interesting. Interesting. Buc-ee's. A fucking absolute landslide. Okay. Next story. New freshness science.
Most people rinse their fresh fruit with tap water, but UBC researchers have developed a solution that can wash away pesticide residue and keep produce fresher longer.
I'm interested in doing this project because I want to extend the shelf life of fresh produce because they are very easy to spoil.
At room temperature, grapes last about a week.
Our solutions, they can keep the grapes fresh for more than 2 weeks at room temperature.
There's no way you should be ingesting that. There's no fucking way.
The solution is made of starch, tannic acid, and iron.
So we have tested apple slice and grapes, and we are also working on other types of the fresh produce like strawberry, blueberries.
To test its effectiveness, students use a laser that measures pesticide on the fruit's surface. They found washing with water removes about 40% of that residue, and rinsing with their solution removes nearly 90%.
Our solutions, they can actually interact or bond with the pesticides. So during the washing solutions, they can lift them off from the surface, so they will have a better washing efficiencies.
Our aim is to make the foods more safety for people to eat.
I'm terrified by all this. Did they say that you only remove 40% of pesticides by washing the fruit? Did they just slide that by? What?
I find it's really interesting, and it makes our healthier and makes the world better.
There are fruit washes on the market that remove pesticides and others that keep produce fresh, but the researchers believe theirs is the first to do both at a cost of about 3 cents per apple.
We are trying to further reduce the price and make a large batch of the productions, and in the future we hope to commercialize these washing solutions that can help to improve food safety and qualities.
For the students who worked on this first of its kind fruit wash,
I think it's quite exciting to see my product being used by the consumer or the industry in real life. I create something useful for people. That would be awesome.
Shannon Patterson, CTV News.
Damn. That's crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I am I gotta grab some food. I'm fucking starving. I'm on my diet again, and I'm fucking starving. I'm absolutely dying. I'm gonna, before we start with the music, what should I put on while I go grab food? Because it's gonna take me like 2 minutes. The Snorks? I mean, that's pretty good. Everybody loves the Snorks. Ooh, I'm gonna put on John Hamm's closet picks. I'm gonna be back in 2 minutes, and we will continue Neff News. 2 seconds, guys.
Hi, I'm John Hamm, and I'm here in the Criterion Closet. I'm very, very deeply thrilled to be here. I thought this was going to be difficult, but I did not have any sense of how difficult it was going to be, because within 35 milliseconds of walking in here, I immediately saw 300 movies that I wanted to talk about. But I will attempt to be brief-ish. No better place to start than at the beginning. And the first movie that I saw was a little movie called The Day Trippers, which is directed by Greg Mottola. Greg's a dear friend of mine. He directed me in Fletch. He also directed me Confess Fletch, not the original Fletch, which I was not in. And this is a fabulous movie and the heyday of independent cinema in the 90s, so check it out. This is one that I'm thrilled that is in here. It's a little number called Wall-E. This movie makes me cry every single time I see it. It is a brilliant piece of storytelling almost silent movie. It is so well told, prescient, you might say. A very, very good one. This movie means a lot to me. It's a movie by Lasse Hallström called My Life as a Dog. It is a coming-of-age story, Swedish movie. It is breathtakingly beautiful and heartbreaking. And if you have children, or you like children, or you are a child at heart, see this movie. It's a beautiful, beautiful film. This is a kind of a weird one. Videodrome. David Cronenberg, a crazy Canadian genius. The reason I saw this movie again, I'd seen it back when I was young in the 80s, was because the Criterion app had a little collection of movies, a theme collection of movies called VHS Forever, and it was basically movies that had VHS as a big plot point. Also, Blondie is in this, so it's very cool. And a very young James Woods. Very cool movie. This is a movie that's a very interesting film. The only reason I said this, picked this, is because I used to be on a TV show called Mad Men. It's about advertising. This is a movie called How to Get Ahead in Advertising. The title is a pun. I love a pun in a title. How to Get Ahead in Advertising. It's about a guy who grows a head that has really interesting opinions. Yeah, Bruce Robinson from With Nail and I. Maybe you know that one. A lot of people like that movie. I like that movie too, but this is equally spectacular and weird. You'll notice that I've gotten about 1/8 of the way even into the room, so I can't even, if I just, this movie. This is maybe one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. It's called The Vanishing, and it's about a couple who go on a trip and they stop in a rest stop, and one of them goes to go to the bathroom and never returns. I saw this movie in the cinema. I was shook by it. See this one. It's deeply disturbing. Man Bites Dog is a very, very weird movie that I saw again in the cinema in the 90s. It is, I hate to keep using this word prescient, but this is about media and manipulation, and if a dog bites a man, then that's not a story, but if a man bites a dog, then that's a story. That's what this is. It predates our fascination with reality TV and all those things. Jim Jarmusch, great movie starring Roberto Benigni, as well as Tom Waits and John Lurie. Super vibey, and definitely picks up the mantle of people like John Cassavetes and all of these incredible independent filmmakers. This is a good entryway into Jarmusch. This is Tootsie. This is, I think, and I'm not the only person to say this, a perfect comedy. Deeply funny, very, very heartbreaking, incredible performances up and down the line. Bill Murray, Terry Garr, obviously Dustin Hoffman, Jessica Lange, young Gina Davis is in this. You've probably seen this, but it's really good. All right, last one. The one that I have to, oh boy. All right, I said I'm going low. I'm going low. All right, this is what I'll do, because this one started off a pretty great career. This is Wes Anderson's first film called Bottle Rocket. All three Wilson brothers are in this movie. This is a great movie for aspiring filmmakers to look at, because it proves you just need a fun story and talented people to make a great movie. You don't need a bunch of money. They certainly didn't have it, but they made a great movie, and he has a great career because of it. And this is how it all started.
Sorry. I just missed the Thought I timed it. Okay. Back to Neff News. Sorry. By the way, here, I'll show you the food I made. Chicken pita. Back on the diet. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Next story. New Plant GPT.
If plants could talk, what would they say?
The highlight intensity is burning my delicate foliage.
While it may sound far-fetched, that Victorian voice you just heard is a plant actually talking.
Finally, some attention from binaural subjects.
A group of young women from Spelman College in Atlanta have built something they call Plant GPT.
We collect data using sensors, and this data gets sent to our LLM, Llama, which generates tailored care recommendations. These recommendations are then sent to a Python text-to-speech library, which convert the text to speech.
In even simpler terms, using AI and real-time data, the group has found a way to have plants say exactly what they need to survive.
They won't stop screaming. The plants are just like, humanity has made a nightmare reality! Please! Oh!
I demand to be watered.
And apparently, people need it. While more than 8 in 10 U.S. households gardened in 2024, one survey found that about 50% of novice home gardeners experience crop failure. And amongst some of the youngest plant owners for Gen Z, that number is even higher.
So many people have plants, but it seems like so few of us actually know how to care for them. Why do you think that is?
We think it's because a lot of people are apprehensive of their plant dying. Additionally, when you Google things online, say you have like a succulent, for example, and you Google things online, you can only get general feedback. It doesn't have specific stats on like how your current plant is doing.
Cue the need for Plant GPT. It's a project more than 3 years in the making out of the historically Black Women College's Innovation Lab.
The inspiration for it came from this idea of, what would happen if you kind of gave your plants some agency in how they were taken care of?
Eric Thompson is the assistant director of the lab. And since 2023, he, alongside 4 current students and 1 recent grad, have demonstrated how collaboration leads to budding innovation.
Really be intentional.
I'm going to be honest. I think the idea is decent. I think the branding is terrible because it's not actually like an AI chatbot. It's basically a voice prompt that reminds you to water your plant. But I think the branding of it is a failure because people just hate AI so much.
About how you're engaging in space making and good things will come organically from there.
So maybe it's time for some fertilization.
Even bigger than household plants and gardens, the group sees Plant GPT being used far beyond homes, helping solve for food insecurity and more.
We hope this project could be in like home improvement stores like Home Depot or Lowe's, as well as small
wasting water to ask for water. Yeah, that is ironic if it's actually using machine learning.
Farmers and urban gardeners.
In just 2 years, the smart agriculture industry is expected to surpass 25.
It uses quantum computing to tell you to water your fucking succulent. They're burning down a fucking forest in the Amazon to get you to water your fucking cactus. All right, train model finds a home.
It's a story that we first brought you in October, and it's now taken on a life of its own, literally. After going viral, a 92-year-old Bethel man's model train village has found a brand new home.
Connor Clement joining us in the studio tonight. And Connor, this really has turned into something pretty incredible.
Yes, Scott and Kathleen, it certainly has. When we first met Dean Walker, he told us he was looking for someone who would appreciate his model train village as much as he has over the years. Someone who could carry it forward when the time felt right. Well,
they should have just asked Hassan's chat, bro. They would have found thousands of homes.
After the story racked up hundreds of thousands of views online, that person found him. We met with them this past weekend as they picked up the entire set and saw firsthand what this moment means for everyone involved. For years, Dean Walker poured his passion into the model train layout above his garage. A hand-built village filled with tiny details and personal touches. When we first met him in October, he was hoping to find someone who could appreciate the work and keep it together long after he couldn't.
And that was my hopes when we started all this, that I would find somebody that would take the entire layout. I wasn't willing to really split it up. That was my worst desire, was to sell it by piece by piece.
But after the story went viral, interest came in from far beyond Maine.
People were just interested to buy. Some people wanted me to donate.
Among the thousands who watched, a couple in New Hampshire
his own
saw
son? You know if your kid has the gift or not. you know your own child. He doesn't have the special interest. On the other hand, Hassan, I'm not completely convinced that Hassan didn't become a socialist just to manifest more trains in the world. You know what I mean? Like chicken and egg, you know? Like, I think maybe he was like, how do I get more trains as a child? And then everything kind of just rolled out from that.
something special and reached out. Michael made the trip to Bethel to see the layout himself, and after walking through the room and studying the village up close, he decided to buy the entire collection, exactly as Dean built it.
You just don't see stuff like that today. Even if you were to go out and buy contemporary trains today, they tend not to have the features, and they're certainly not as well made.
He needed to sell it because he needed the space above the garage to rent to a stranger so he could pay for his wife's cancer treatment? Jesus fucking Christ.
Now, the village that once lived above Dean's garage is heading to a new home out of state. Michael says he plans to preserve the layout just as it is.
I'm honored that Dean decided to allow me to preserve his legacy, and it will always be the Dean Walker collection.
For Dean, it means the world he created won't be packed away or broken into pieces. Instead, it will keep running, maintained by someone who values the time, craftsmanship, and history in every corner. It's a full circle moment for a lifelong hobbyist, and a new chapter for a village that has already brought joy to thousands online.
It's just been a wonderful journey. It's been a train ride. And I'm very happy to have been able to do it. And now I'm passing it on to somebody who will continue.
Yeah, just an incredible story there. Really honored to be able to tell the initial story, and then of course the follow-up there, which was a great ending for everybody involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so cool this gets to be passed on from generation to generation, right?
Sure is.
It's been a train ride. What a fucking legend. What is my pita recipe? Sure. I take a pita, I heat it up in the oven for a few minutes, or the air fryer just to put a little crisp on it. Then I put some chicken breast in the microwave. When it comes out, hit it with some hot sauce. Then I throw some hummus on one side of the pita, and on top of that, I put like lettuce, onion, tomato. Put the chicken on there, close it up, bang. Pretty good macros on that. Baby artist.
Today, a local sick.
Are you off the salads? I'm going to ease into the salads. When you get into a calorie deficit, if you hit it all at once, you're gonna starve and give up. You got to kind of ease into it.
6-year-old is getting a moment most artists wait years for, but his path to that spotlight looks a little bit different. News 2's Jaxie Pigeon shows us how one simple gift changed everything.
In a small Nashville apartment, 6-year-old Phoenix is telling stories without saying a word. Early on, his mom realized something wasn't right.
When Phoenix was first born, he never passed a hearing test. So he's deaf in one ear.
Today, he's still mostly nonverbal, making sounds here and there, but finding another way to be understood. That shift started with a surprise delivery.
We did a love box around Christmas time, I believe, and we put a paint set in there as just a nice gift.
No instructions, just a canvas and a chance.
He started to use painting as his voice.
Damn.
And what emerged wasn't random.
As he started to paint more, he was like really telling the story of like things he would see.
It does.
So
Thank you.
for an example, like this, the house that we lived in had flowers just like this out front.
Memories captured in color from the world around him. Now, those stories are leaving the apartment and entering homes across the community.
As a mom,
some of these are better than others. These are really impressive. Some of the other ones,
I love every piece, but it's awesome.
I don't know about his early work.
To see other people react, and they're like, there's no way a 6-year-old did that.
And this weekend, they'll reach an even bigger stage as Phoenix becomes one of the youngest artists featured at the Vanguard Art Show.
To see people like literally ask for his paintings and, you know, just tell me how talented he is, that does a lot for me and encourages me to like move forward.
All from a gift many might have overlooked.
See, now that is nice. I like where he's going with his new stuff.
What you think is small in the hands of someone else can be great.
For Phoenix, it became more than art.
I'm just so proud of him that he can put this on the canvas and paint.
Will is such like a troll, bro. Look, okay, this one I don't know about. You know, I think it's a sign of his greatness as an artist that he can invoke different emotions. You know what I mean?
He sees because he couldn't like verbalize it.
For Phoenix, it became a voice, from a box to a masterpiece. Reporting in Nashville.
See, like this, I mean, this is gorgeous. This is shades of Van Gogh. This is genius. This one looks like a wet shit. I appreciate the fact that there's levels to his work.
Nashville, Jaxie Pigeon, News 2.
See, I like this one too. I'm back in on this one.
Such a touching story. Well, tonight, Phoenix's voice will be seen by hundreds at the Vanguard Art Show. It's taking place.
Well, he's 6. I can't. Listen, all right. You know what? No. Okay. When did we stop? You just gonna give participation trophies out? He does good work. He can do better than that one. He's deaf, so was Beethoven. No, that kid rules. You guys know I think that kid rules. I was just being silly. Soap refills cut down on waste.
Well, keeping you healthy as communities continue to celebrate Earth Day. Many people are looking for some simple ways to cut down on waste.
One growing trend, refilling everyday household items instead of throwing containers away. And some local shops that are making that shift even easier. 10 TV's Jay Plyburn explains.
As concerns over plastic waste grow, many consumers are turning to refill stations like this one, where instead of tossing another bottle, you simply reuse it.
Okay.
Inside places like...
God. Oh. Could we make that a little more appetizing? Oh, wow.
Like Rewash Refillery, the process is simple. Bring it back and fill it up again.
We weigh them and fill them up with some of their favorite products like laundry detergent, dish soap.
Will, it's not for eating? Yeah, but I don't want to wash my hands with something that looked like a cum jug. You know, can we find a happy medium? Can we add a little bit of pageantry back into what I'm going to clean my hands with?
Let's be honest, he has art. You have an art doll.
Yeah, fair.
And soap. And then we have a plethora of other options: shampoo, conditioner, body wash.
The mission, she says, is personal and urgent.
Plastic is going to outlive all of us. Single-use plastic that's going to end up in the waste stream, is the issue.
Refilling may not be the most convenient option, but owner Samantha White says it makes a difference.
A lot of my customers feel it's their responsibility to do what little they can to help make an impact.
Just up the road at Clintonville Natural Foods, refill culture is also growing in the dry goods aisle.
I'm about this action though.
Have over 400 bulk organic herbs, spices, teas. We also have like superfood powders. We have mushroom powders.
The bulk area also includes beans, baking.
Aesop should do this. And they should give me a price break so I don't spend so fucking much on the orange hand wash.
Supplies, the list goes on. And refilling doesn't just reduce waste, it can also save money.
When you're refilling your little jar, it's way less than what you would buy at the store.
It's a shift that's gaining traction nationwide, but still has room to grow.
Only about 12% of households actually do it. So most people are going out and they're buying a brand new bottle every time they run out.
Some major brands are now rolling out larger refill containers designed to cut down on plastic and cost. Back in Columbus, shop owners say the goal isn't perfection, it's progress. Why is all of this?
Bro, this exists in my country since ever, probably for centuries now. It's so funny. This is new in the US. No, it's not new in the US, but they just gave it up. We used to fucking reuse milk jugs, for fuck's sake.
It's so important to you.
I believe that, if somebody comes in and they refill just their laundry detergent, it sparks a conversation internally with themselves and sparks a conversation with their friends and family that leads to a bigger change.
See, that was more appetizing. This is more appetizing.
A conversation with their friends and family that leads to a bigger change.
Whether that one look like piss? Yeah, okay, yeah, a little bit.
It's a neighborhood refillery or a national brand, the goal is the same. Use less, waste less, and rethink what you throw away. In Columbus, Jay Plyburn, 10 TV News.
I'm about that. I would be down if we completely eliminated plastics. I am down for reduce, reuse, recycle. For my fellow woman/period havers, if you want to cut down on plastic waste, OD tampons are great. Change to make. They use a lot less plastic than regular tampons with applicators. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, they use a riveter. You just load a cotton tampon into a fucking riveter and fucking shoot it right up there. Oh, there was a big old bang near my house just now. I think a firework went off. Farley's going nuts. The sewage singer?
The sewer.
What is this? No, but I love that story. Use less plastic, guys.
Worker who's gone viral for his great set of pipes.
Yeah.
Pipes, great set of pipes.
Gosh, the puns just keep coming.
Will Gans, you found this guy.
I really did.
In the sewers.
Yeah,
the links you will go to.
Well, it was a real boots on the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
No. When I was first trying to find Kyle Kilroy, I didn't have his name, so I called the reception number for the waste management company where he works. And I said, I'm looking for a guy with a beard and the voice of an angel. And they had no idea who I was talking about. Proof that you never know.
Y'all ever put a tampon in your lover because she asked? I think your claim is fraudulent because you used the term lover. That's crazy.
What secret talents your coworkers might be hiding.
I have often dreamed of a far-off place.
They call him the sewer singer.
I would go most anywhere to find where I belong.
I'm not going to lie. If somehow I ended up in a sewer and I heard this man belting, I would be more afraid than I've ever been in my life.
Not because his voice is stinky by any means.
Wasting in my lonely tower.
But because of his day job.
I work in waste management, you know what I mean? So I'm like, the sewer singer, that seems spot on for me.
32-year-old Kyle Kilroy has never performed professionally. But discovered the basement at work just outside of Boston has some Carnegie Hall level acoustics. Are there people in person that are like, Hang on, is that Kyle?
No, my coworker's usually out and about. I try to like schedule it so like he goes out to lunch or something, and I'm like, okay, because I'm still kind of shy.
Wow.
Are you trained? Like, where is that voice coming from?
When I was in preschool, we used to listen to Andrea Bocelli, Romanza, like on a cassette during nap time, and then like I kind of just self-taught myself to sing opera
This
from
dude
there.
is a
Aside from TikTok, where he's racked up nearly 500,000 likes.
this dude's a prodigy.
Taking requests and learning songs he might have never heard otherwise.
Sarah, come down to
If you're walking the red carpet at next year's Grammy Awards and I'm on the other side of the rope trying to get an interview, please don't forget me. I'm asking you now.
No, I actually enjoy my job quite a bit. You know what I mean?
This guy
I'm
rules.
just a blue collar guy. I work hard, and I have a beautiful wife. We have 2 dogs. a cat, and 2
Damn.
horses. I'm in a good place where I don't have regrets.
one love only for you.
So Kyle tells me that he was bullied when he was younger, often for his weight, and so he turned to music as an outlet. You saw a photo of him in his high school choir in that piece there, but in my unofficial opinion, that explains that soulfulness in his voice. He's connected to something so deep there.
I love that he's too embarrassed to sing in front of his one coworker. We'll put it out there for millions of people.
On TikTok.
Yeah.
He said, by the way, his dream is to perform with Andrea Bocelli, so who knows what his future holds.
Can you imagine maybe a version of the prayer?
Oh, man.
Oh,
yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Great thank you, Will. Thank you. And thank you, Kyle.
Good story. I liked it. All right, next story, Swedish Candy's global takeover.
If you haven't heard of Swedish Candy, you probably know someone who is
Swedish
secretly
Candy.
addicted. The vibrantly colored and often bizarrely flavored candies have a committed following here in the U.S.
Does anybody here eat Swedish candy?
The Swedish sweets are often organic and have none of the additives commonly found in American candy. That means it's healthy, right? Holly Williams traveled to Stockholm, where Saturday has become Candy Day.
It's Saturday in Sweden's capital, Stockholm. And Swedish youngsters are doing what children do the world over. Spending their pocket money on candy.
There's a lot of candy.
You don't have a limit?
No.
Wow, very generous parents.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It may look familiar, but this is a pick and mix with a difference. It's Swedish candy, known for its strong and unusual flavors, like raspberry licorice fudge,
No, hell no.
lemon salt chocolate, and even avocado candy.
I'm such anti-candy head.
Kind of tastes like avocado.
Yeah, is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Avocado can't. Why? I don't get that. Avocados are tasty, but why not just eat an avocado and know that it's good for you? Why eat the fucking one that's gonna give you diabetes?
It's strangely good. I love that. Salty lemon chocolate licorice.
Yeah.
Candy store owner Rohan Lakwani gave us a private tasting session. It is good.
It is good, yeah.
Let's taste all the new Swedish candies I got.
In recent years, Swedish Candy has won.
Why do millennials always make videos in their fucking cars? Walk into your goddamn house, millennials. Why are you always recording in your fucking cars?
Over fans in the US.
Oh, sour.
Okay, you guys, we're taking the candy home.
Okay, let's try them.
Not just because of its unfamiliar flavors,
I really like that.
but because it's relatively healthy. Swedish
Relatively healthy candy? Shut the fuck up.
Candy doesn't use additives like Red 40, which are common in the US. It often relies on natural fruit extracts for flavoring. And it typically uses real sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup. Making candy healthier has a long history in
I have a problem with this. I have a problem with this. I'm going to be a curmudgeon. I have a problem with this. This is fucking sweet potato fries all over again. I hate the relative health argument. It pisses me off a lot. I really hate it because I think by marketing things like this that are not good for you, let's be real, it's not good for you, as like a healthy option, you fuck people's minds up. And there's a lot of evidence for this. There's a lot of evidence for this, including the chicken fucking nuclear bomb that happened in our country. There was a period of time that people thought if they were eating chicken as opposed to a hamburger, they were consuming something healthy. Same thing with fast food salads, right? It was relative health. Is this relatively more healthy than a fucking triple stack Baconator? Well, yeah, but it's still got 2,000 calories in it. And we are now at a place where it's so fucked up. Like I sound like RFK. But like, I think people really have been lied to about nutrition. And I hate that CBS is out here being like, Swedish healthy candy. It's like, no. Just because it doesn't have fucking asbestos in it doesn't mean we have to go out there and be like, wow, superfood. You know, obviously, I know I'm relatively anti-candy because I don't understand sweets by and large. I like a cookie from time to time. I like some ice cream from time to time. Outside of that, dessert can more or less go and get fucked. I don't know. This to me is just so like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Sweden in the 1950s.
You're weird as fuck. Can I be honest? I think it stems from, I have been a gym rat since I was 12 years old. And I truly don't like any food that doesn't give me energy. Like I love super calorically dense food, like a burger or like a fried chicken sandwich or something like that. But food that gives you no energy or makes you feel crappy, I just can't mentally get past it. Like pancakes, I can't get past the fact that I will not feel good when I finish it. Like it just does not appeal to me. In the same way that drinking stopped appealing to me when I was like cause and effect. Okay, if I drink, I'm going to feel like shit in the morning. Right? It became the same way with food. Like I will eat calorically dense food. I will eat fatty food, but not food that's just going to end my day. I can't do it.
Swedish government introduced the tradition of Lördagsgodis, or Saturday candy, encouraging children to indulge one day a week but go candy-free on other days in an effort to reduce dental cavities.
They said it's better if you eat your candies just one day a week.
Dr. Richard
I don't get it, dude. You just don't do enough cardio. I do an hour of cardio every day.
Tellstrom is a Swedish food historian.
So did it work? Did this act of social engineering work? And do Swedish people get fewer cavities?
Yes, that was the result of it. The parents could say, you have to wait until Saturday. So it was an agreement between the state and the parents. So candies just on Saturday.
Dr. Tellstrom stressed that no candy is truly a healthy choice.
Boom.
But moderation and natural ingredients are better than the alternatives. Enjoying candy the Swedish way means a lot of sweetness, but a bit less guilt. For CBS Saturday Morning, Holly Williams in Stockholm, Sweden.
Damn. Swedish candy? Harm reduction candy. Fuck candy. You're taking your risk. Own what you eat. Yeah, I just have never been a candy guy. Honestly, there is chocolate bars. Yes, I'm in on chocolate bars, but I cannot think of one candy that I legitimately enjoy. There is not a single candy I can think of that I legitimately would ever buy for myself. Skittles, no. I don't like the way they make my teeth feel. You don't like licorice? Fuck no. Licorice is gross.
Forcing
Reese's
me to
Cups?
wait instead
That
of eating
falls
candy
under
24 hours
candy
a day,
bar to
7
me.
days
That
a
falls
week.
under like chocolate
That's
bar.
communism.
That's okay.
Kona.
But like no,
diabetic
like
BTW.
candy, nothing. Airheads, no. Pixie Sticks, no. You don't like gummy bears? I do not. Fuzzy Peaches, no. Gushers, no. Coke bottles, those are okay. I used to eat those when I was a child. Sour candies, no. I literally don't do candy. It's just not something that's part of my life. Now, will I eat a second chicken sandwich and an order of fries? Correct. But the sweet stuff, just nothing. Nothing. None of it. None of it moves the needle for me at all. Community supports local comic shop. Ooh.
A 98-year-old business owner recovering tonight after his longtime Stockton comic shop.
I'm going to be honest. I fucking hate cake. Happy to be here among like-minded sugar-averse people. Hell yeah. I fucking hate cake. I have never tasted a cake that I don't think is repugnant. I think cake is the most repugnant food in the world. Pie, I can kind of get my head around. I like pie. But cake is like repugnant. I don't think I've had a piece of cake in 20 years.
Lost thousands of dollars.
I'm going to tell Cutie, she knows. If you go tell Cutie this, like, I am consistent. I tell her I fucking hate dessert.
In a break-in this week, but thanks to the community, that's not where
Cookies,
the
I fuck with cookies. I like cookies. I've said this before. I think cookies are decent.
story ends, as ABC 10's Gabriel Porras shows us.
Surrounded by stories of heroes and villains, of adventure and of drama inside his landmark Miracle Mile comic shop, Al Greco has spent a lifetime telling tales.
That's me on a horse up there.
This week, for the 98-year-old...
Cakes and sweets taste and feel awful. There, I said it. Okay, so I'm not the only one. There are some dessert haters. I feel like dessert haters are so... You know what it is? I'm going to be honest. I feel like dessert haters are like the ace community of the food world. We're so afraid to tell people that we fucking hate desserts or that we hate sex that we like keep it in, because people that do like dessert or sex, they make us feel so bad about it. They're like, what? You don't fuck? What's wrong with you? You don't like dessert? Oh, you don't like sugar? And you're like, no, I don't like sugar. Well, what about Gushers? No, I don't like him. What about cake? No, I don't fucking like it. Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
oh,
so cool.
dude.
Didn't know
What
I was
about
marginalized.
Airheads?
Dessert hater visibility.
What about just putting
Thank
a
you, Will.
straw in a bag of sugar? No, nothing. I swear to you, anti-dessert people are the ace community of the food world. People will not leave us alone, is what I have discovered. Since I have come out and been like, yeah, I really don't like sweets, people are like, ah! I remember the first time I talked about it. Someone shared this video of like giant cowtails. Cowtails are fucking dog shit. And you're a psychopath for thinking that you would slide cowtails by. I went through a list of 100 fucking desserts and candies, and you thought cowtails would move the needle? You're a fucking degenerate. There. Now, hopefully people will stop sharing dog shit ass candy in the chat and shut the fuck up. No, I remember the first time someone shared this video of fucking pancakes in the chat, and I was like, that looks fucking disgusting. Like it was like an endless stack of pancakes. It was like, this is 37 pounds of pancakes. And I was like, oh my God. And I was like, ugh, that's so awful. And just people would not shut the fuck up. Literally, people were like, what about Swedish pancakes? What about waffles that look like pancakes? What about syrup and butter? And I was just like, no, stop. You're weird. Leave me alone. It is like the one thing that chat will not let go. That I do not like sweets. But it's good to know that there are other people out there. I saw you finally stand up. I saw the anti-sweet people finally stand up this time, and that makes me feel good. Because you're wrong? What do you mean you're wrong, bitch ass? I'm not telling you you can't enjoy sweets. I am saying that I don't enjoy them. This is not a take, it's a preference. And I think people that are neurodivergent can't tell the difference. They don't understand the difference between personal taste and a take. A take would be that no one should eat sweets. That's a take. A preference is saying that I don't enjoy sweets. And you are so neurodivergent that you need everybody to have the exact same taste as you. And if anybody doesn't have the same taste as you, you fucking hammer the keyboard with your big, fat, greasy fingers that are fat from all the sweets that you ingest. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I never sub, but I am subbing because I feel this in my soul. It will not fuck them and fuck sweets.
Rise up, sweet haters! There are literally dozens of us! Dozens! And it's probably the reason that I've never had a cavity in my entire life. Never. I've never had a single tooth problem. I go into the dentist and she gets fucking wet. She's always like, oh my God, these teeth. Same here? Yes! Sweet haters, rise up! Rise up!
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
Oh my
cool.
God, I finally
absolutely
fucking
hate
feel
cake.
seen.
Oh yeah,
Fuck
wow,
cake,
that's
I
very
hate cake.
cool.
Yes!
Fuck cake at real neck.
Yes!
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Anti-cake
I
gang.
feel like we're fucking marching
Oh
out
yeah,
of
wow,
the darkness.
that's very cool.
Physical
Sweet
underscore
haters.
gifted a tier 1
Have
sub
you
to
ever
meals
been
underscore
made to
loves
feel
1.
less than because you don't enjoy sweets? Have you ever been shamed at a dinner by a table of your friends because you don't want to try their stupid fucking creme brulee? I'm tired of it. I don't give a fuck if it was sugar melted with a blowtorch. Get the fuck out of my face. You hate creme brulee? Yes! I fucking hate dessert! I hate dessert! If it is a dessert, I fucking hate it! Ice cream I fuck with. Ice cream can be good. Not all ice cream. And a chocolate chip cookie. Hard to beat. But outside of that, which is what I said
Oh yeah, wow, that's
fucking
very
10
cool.
minutes ago.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I wish I felt that way, but I'm a fatty and
You
Sushara's
might be
pretty nice.
127. No, you know what it is? I feel like Henry David Thoreau, right? When he wrote about drinking in culture, when he's like, once you remove yourself from drinking, you'll see how ridiculous it is. I think once you remove yourself from dessert, you will realize how fucking ridiculous it is.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I see people's sweet tooth and I raise them a
Like
spice
there's
tooth.
a whole
Nothing hits the
culture
taste buds like a spoonful of hot
designed
sauce.
around getting you to choke down just absolutely vapid food. No, there's nothing in it. No protein. Just dog shit. At least when you drink, you get drunk. Fucking desserts, there's nothing to it.
Year-old one turned all too real.
My son got here.
I thought you were a fat kid. I was a Viking fat kid. I would eat fucking bacon and basted eggs and brisket and racks of ribs and steaks and sausages. I'm from a German family. You know how many fucking different kinds of sausage we eat?
I don't take no shit from
All of them.
Average chatter is like, okay, I get that you keep saying you hate dessert, but if I mention this one specific dessert that I guarantee it could change your mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Found a door, plywood on a door. Tuesday morning, they took
I don't take no shit from
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you could say you hate being burned alive and someone in chat will be like, but dude, it's fucking hot. You don't get it.
Yes.
Someone
yes.
always has to argue with you, lol.
Real. Who hurt you? No, I've just never liked sweets. I'm turning down the character and not being humorous anymore. It just has never appealed to me.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I've
wow,
never
that's very
craved it,
cool.
even as
What
a
about
child.
ices?
Ices are different. I like ices. Those are good. Frozen Cokes, very good.
some boxes that had good comics in them. Then they took 2 counters they cleaned out. Then they went around the back and broke another door.
A real-life heist with no origin story.
Because our cameras weren't working.
And the damage adds up.
Some of the comics probably were maybe $10 to $30. So that adds up fast. Then they took between $4,000 to $5,000
Who robs an old man's comic shop? This is diabolical.
worth of comics.
Wow.
In cards. There's so much stuff in here that they had their pick of whatever they wanted.
Where is Stockton?
For a moment, it felt like the villains won.
You hate to see it happen.
But this story gets a different ending.
Keep that change to the effort of fixing things up for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
People have been coming in to kind of support us. Glass company came in, put a new glass in yesterday or day
Oh
before.
my God, Gary Conway died today. What the fuck? That sucks. For those of you who don't know, he's a very famous comic book writer. That sucks.
Oh, it's been great to see the support of people.
Ordinary people, everyday heroes answering the call and giving this main character
Thank you.
a reason to smile.
Enjoy your day.
What did he do? Didn't he help create the Punisher? He was a Spider-Man guy, I feel like.
It is part of being in business, but I just want to thank the people for coming in and supporting me.
In Stockton, Gabriel Porras,
Thank you.
ABC 10.
This guy fucking rules. By the way, I'm going to let you guys know, I, to this day, still support local comic book shops. I'm big on that. I will usually go once a month to my local comic book shops. You know what? I'll even tell you where I go. Every time I drive past Golden Apple Comics, I go in and try and spend like $100. Like even if I don't want anything. Like to me, comic book shops are so important and were so important to my development. And the comic book shop that I grew up with went out of business. So like I almost do it in like a phobic way, if that makes any sense. Third Spaces, that is a great example of a third space. He wrote The Death of Gwen Stacy. Oh, okay. Yeah, to me, that's like huge. Yeah, but Golden Apple is the comic book shop that I go in all the time. Fucking love Golden Apple. Shouts out Golden Apple. They're doing great. MIA Airport launches AI holographic. Okay, Miami International Airport launches holographic helper, but travelers are skeptical.
Tonight, the future is cleared for landing at Miami International.
What the fuck?
Airport. AI chatbots are now on duty and ready to answer travelers' questions.
Got some flyers.
Why would you go on Canny Valley? Why would you go on Canny Valley with it? Why wouldn't you make it like, you know, a dolphin or something? Come on.
Say they still prefer
Or a flamingo. Make it a fucking flamingo.
human help. Local 10's Janine Stanwood is live at MIA with a look at the tech that's ready for takeoff.
That is a nightmare. What the fuck is happening?
There are 4 of these, Nicole, all around the airport. This is the
Okay. I know what's happening. This hologram is created by those fan belts. And the shutter rate of the camera is the refresh rate is clipping it so you see the actual fan blade. I was like, there's no way that's how it's supposed to look.
first airport in the world to use this kind of technology. All you have to do is just ask your question. We give it a whirl.
Welcome to Miami International Airport.
It speaks 40 languages with different faces and personalities.
There is no one using this fucking thing.
Por favor, tome nota.
This is one of 4 AI-powered holographic chatbots at Miami.
You know what's crazy? They could have paid someone $1 million to do this job because that's probably what the holographic costs to make and operate a year. They probably could have paid someone who literally was like a student of this fucking airport for years
Ballsy.
to sit there and be like, hi, I can help you.
Will I have our reservation for Cheesecake Factory? They are giving us a private room so you can continue to deny you like desserts. They are giving us a taste of all their cheesecakes.
I truly hate cheesecake. Cheesecake is up there with cake. I fucking hate it.
International Airport. That's supposed to answer just about any travel-related question you might have.
Where is the nearest women's restroom? Is American Airlines Flight 1101 on time?
Just launched, it hasn't quite caught on yet.
Key lime pie, I like key lime pie. I do. I'll admit that. I've always said key lime pie is like one pie that speaks to me.
Everyone we saw went right to the human helper and
Yes, here's the guy. Everybody goes to the guy. We could have made this guy rich.
instead.
I think talking to an actual human is better.
Would you be willing to ask her the same questions that you asked him?
Probably.
Right in front of the guy. Right in front of the guy. Would you be willing to get rid of this guy's job? I'm right here. I've been at this airport for 30 years. I was here when it was built. You can ask me anything. Also, I habla español.
Not, unfortunately. He's more friendly. That's something like the AI type thing.
This traveler was willing, so we gave it a go.
Yo, this dude's Michigan fit is absolutely fucking crazy.
I would like information on where can I catch
this
the
dude's ponytail is absolutely fucking crazy.
Carnival Cruise Shuttle.
Full directions are available via the QR code.
That's rental car. Okay, let me rephrase it.
Fail number one. Fail number one, right off rip.
Turns out a second, more specific question was the winner.
You can catch the shuttle bus to the Port of Miami for Carnival Cruise Lines at the designated transportation pickup area.
It precisely told me what he just told me.
Okay. The county purchased these robots for $50,000 apiece from the airport's operating budget. Some online critics call it a waste and say fixing busted elevators and bathrooms would be better. But MIA officials tell us,
I'm not going to lie, I thought they would have been more expensive. I thought those were going to be way more expensive.
repairs on aging infrastructure, part of a $9 billion
Still, $50,000 for that's kind of funny.
modernization plan, is at an even more rapid pace than nearly 2 years ago. These chatbots are another upgrade at one of the busiest airports in the country.
Together, we can make your journey safer.
So, Calvin and Nicole, we're going to check this out in real time
This is not going to go well unless they've pre-asked this question.
live to see just how smart this holographic chatbot is. You ready?
Will, how do you feel about fruit? I love fruit. Fruit's excellent.
Let's do it.
Is Calvin Hughes the best anchor
dear
in
goodness.
South Florida?
Okay.
There's no way they get this.
She probably wants to take
can't
flight
help
after
with
that
that.
question.
She can't
She said, I can't talk to that.
help with that.
Oh, no.
Clearly,
Exactly.
this needs a little more calibrating. So listen, it's new technology. Calvin Nicole. Yeah, see, there you go. She goes, I can't help with that. But listen, this really is amazing tech.
And you're right. Giving an individual a job at the airport would provide far
that's
more
very
benefit
cool.
for everyone than a fuck-ass AI hologram. Yeah.
Technology. So many people coming in and out asking where restaurants are. But Calvin, don't worry. We're going to get with airport officials to see if they can.
I love this because Janine just gave me a new line to use when Calvin asks me a question from now on. I'm just going to say.
Well, Neff, why are you so handsome? Well, I'm handsome to you because you don't have a great relationship with your father. And I just fill that mold. Hey, how you doing? I'm just kidding. I'm not that hot. I really appreciate the kind words, though. I was just being silly.
I can't help with that.
I can't help with that. Okay.
We also love that she went to the comments. We love that. Janine.
Yes. Awesome work, by the way.
Had to, guys. Sorry, Calvin. Love you.
Love you too, but thank you very much. She's
There
clearly
are way too many chatters validating what I just said. There are way too many chatters validating what I just said. That is tough. That's super tough.
having some turbulence issues. We got to work on that. Jenny, thanks a lot.
Awesome. That was great.
What up, Players Tribute, Max Doza.
The only reason I follow you is because I think you're hot. Well, I mean, I guess I'll take it. I've just never really thought of myself as hot, so I think I'm very dismissive of it, but I appreciate it to all of you that think I'm attractive. Okay, next story. Small park train in jeopardy. Uh-oh. Another trainhead story?
A popular attraction at a South Weber Park is in jeopardy. Our Northern Utah correspondent Kate Gardner has more on that.
The South Weber Model Railroad Club has been offering free train rides to the public here at Canyon Meadows Park for over a decade. But club members tell me that they received a notification last week telling them to cease all operations ahead of a city council meeting next week to determine whether or not the relationship between the club and the city will move forward. This is what one of those train rides looks like.
They don't come to ride the train for speed. They come to ride the train for the experience, you know. And
why would they get rid of the train? And why on a train filled with characters from Star Wars is Steve fucking Zissou on the back? Who's this guy on the caboose? Did he not get the notification that they're doing a couple's costume? And why is everybody from the Empire except for a single sand person?
experience, you know, and going down the track and feeling the track under you and hearing a click, click, click and that sort of thing, the horn blow and the crossing arms come down, and you know, it feels like you're riding a big train.
But for now, at least.
The first guy was a rebel trooper. Well, that's a prisoner of war.
No one will get to do that.
Here we go again. I'd seen it 3 or 4 times before.
The Parks Committee is recommending that the City Council consider terminating the club's agreement.
Why?
At the park. Until that decision is made, club founder John Grubb says all trains are halted.
Why?
It seemed to be very repetitive. There was some bitterness when the train club started out here.
He says the club leases the land and pays for upkeep.
We're here for the community. You know, we try and support the community. We've been here for all of the city activities that they've asked us to be here for.
Some neighbors hope to see it stay.
My kids love riding the train frequently.
Yeah, it brings so much character to the area. Why the fuck would you get rid of this?
And we're so grateful for the community that's put in their hard work and dedication for the train.
It's even the reason some chose to call South Weber home.
We moved right here, but at the track where the track was supposed to be, and hopes that one day, like we were promised, that we could put a dog leg into the track and run a train.
Others started riding the train at 3 days old and still like it 12 years later.
Seeing all the families happy and getting to spend time with my
Glock Talk Big T-shirt Billie Eilish loves the train.
Grandpa.
In a statement to ABC4, the city says, quote, "The history with the club is that there have constantly been issues related to maintenance and safety, including unaddressed insurance company safety audit items." It continues, "We truly wish the club was successful, but the history of the club outside the public eye over 15 plus years has been one of unfulfilled potential, unmet expectations and promises, and overall lack of support and
It's a fucking tiny ass train that children ride. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah,
Who
wow,
the
that's
fuck
very
would
cool.
treat this
Thankful
with
for
this
advocating for
mentality?
muscle mommies. I played a clip from Fear and for my wife and she felt seen.
Yes.
As a muscle girl, she feels self-conscious being seen as too muscular.
Never. Never. For real motherfuckers, a woman could never be too muscular, okay? You tell her I don't think she's big enough. You tell her to get them biceps peaked up. No, I will wave that flag. I'll wave that flag big time. I feel like I'm one of the only people out here truly advocating for muscle mommies. Bro, I was about to fucking snap on Austin and Cutie because they were saying Rhea. They were saying not so nice things about Rhea. And I was like, that's crazy. It is crazy. It is a bit crazy. This is equally crazy because this language is like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you even talking about here? It's a children's ride. This is like talking about the fucking quarter thing outside of a, like the little horse outside of a grocery store and being like, it's not making enough quarters. We have to reevaluate its marketing plan. It's like, what? I don't even understand what you're fucking alleging here. Lack of support and resources. It's a children's train. What the fuck are you talking about?
resources, which necessitate the city council considering termination at this time. But club members say it's easy to see why it deserves to stay around.
Yeah, it seems like everybody in the fucking town loves it.
Of the heart, we still feel that the young people enjoy railroads. Look what happened in Ogden this past 2 days.
The city council meeting to discuss this matter is next Tuesday, April 28th. Reporting from South Weber, Kate Garner.
I hope that city council gets absolutely fucking dressed down by the people that go. I hope like 200 people show up and are like, fuck you, we love the train. Because this stinks of bureaucracy. Stinks of it. Talk about government overreach. I bet you $100 some city council member moved in the neighborhood and doesn't want it there. Yeah. Unmet expectations, we're not making money from it. Yeah. That part. We can build some apartment units on that fucking land. School steps up to help a deaf student.
Finally,
oh.
Tonight, a lesson in the ripple effect of compassion, how an act of kindness can start a wave. Here's Steve Hartman on the road.
Crack the train park. Jesus Christ.
7-year-old Ben O'Reilly is deaf and has other special needs, which is why his adoptive moms, Etta and Marlena, were in shock when they found out how he was being treated at school.
This feels unbelievable.
It is. It's incredible. I could barely breathe. Like, it just was so overwhelming.
Ben is a first grader at Campton Elementary in Campton, New Hampshire.
What is this?
His aide, Cheryl Ulisny,
It's a bus.
says because Ben is deaf, he felt isolated here.
Sad. He didn't have relationships with his peers or teachers for that matter. He was very alone and he acted very alone.
New Hampshire is one of the few states in the nation that doesn't have a dedicated school.
In my city, we had a city council member that wanted a park torn up for a kids' esports development center. Oh.
School for the deaf. In fact, Ben is the only deaf kid in his whole district. So aside from his aide, there was virtually no one in this whole school community he could talk to. At least at first.
If he's your friend, you can play with him, and he's my friend.
This
kid fucking rules.
All began when Reed Spring and a few other classmates started picking up on a few signs,
Time to clean up.
like clean up. Then the rest of the class decided to learn.
I see a blue horse.
Eventually, other teachers in other grades began taking sign language classes.
Responsible.
And speaking in sign.
And safe.
Even when Ben wasn't around. Today, just about every student and staff member knows at least some sign language. Ben's parents say this has had a profound impact on their son.
Now they can ask each other, hey, you want to play? Right. It clicked for him that the sign language had value.
You could just watch his world like open up with communication. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's fun communicating with Ben and playing with him.
So, if you ever find yourself wondering whether this is still a country of compassion, take these kids as a sign. Steve Hartman, On the Road, in Campton, New Hampshire.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Fuck. Even my old jaded ass, bro. That hit me right in the Grinch heart, dude. My old crusty fucking tiny heart. Jesus Christ. All right. This isn't our next story, but I want to see the official sandwich of Harlem. Because I am a sandwich guy.
We sell this fish sandwich in Harlem.
I don't want you to cry. Okay. Jesus Christ, I'm doing my best.
And if it's your first time, we'll let you try it for free.
A little sample.
Right, I'll give them a little, I mean, I ain't gonna give them no dinner.
Mistress Payne kind of came off like a dominatrix there for a second. I don't want you to cry, Piggy. Be funny. Yes, mistress. Yes, mistress. Okay, this sandwich looks fucking delicious.
Man, I ain't never called nobody asking to come up here and give me an interview or nothing like that, man. It's word of mouth.
What do you think makes the seafood so great here? The quality?
It's a fish sandwich in Harlem? Okay, I have never tried this.
The consistency. They're consistent.
Best spot in Harlem, best spot in New York, best spot in the world.
I mean, it's selling itself, man.
They just tell us how much they
That does look fucking amazing. I wonder if it's whitefish or catfish.
love it, and I'm just like, thank you. 70 and 72.
I go in some places, you know, and you can smell whether they clean or not.
My brother is deaf, and my younger brother and I watch my dad every day advocate for him in the same way until he got everything in a rural community, all while being a full-time engineer. Yeah, that's incredible. I've always said that like American Sign Language is something I've always wanted to learn. And I know like a few basic like ones that I think are funny, but I would love to like commit to that. I just don't know where to learn it.
A restaurant is a struggle.
You never had a fish sandwich? I've never had a fish sandwich in Harlem before.
There's always a method to the madness. And after 28 years, I found it.
Consistency for me
You heard of YouTube, big dog? Learning American Sign Language completely on YouTube would be very difficult. I think that the way to learn any language is to be conversational. So I think if I had someone to sign with, it would go a lot quicker.
And Famous got it. That's a fact. Man, it made me smile. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give you money back. No. That's from the heart. And I'm doing it from the heart too. Okay.
Jesus Christ, these sandwiches. Oh, when I come. By the way, apparently, I took a photo. There is. There is a new sandwich place in like Beverly Hills that apparently is like phenomenal. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, it's called the Cheese Store Beverly Hills. That I think I'm going to order them for the next podcast. Fried Whiting sandwich? Oh, what's a Whiting? Best sandwich place in LA, it's Largemont Wine and Cheese is the best sandwich place in LA.
I'm a country boy.
Whiting. Oh,
I came
Whiting.
up to New York in 1996, and I started working here in 1997 with my aunt down the country. I mean, you know, if you walking and you meeting somebody.
Largemont Wine and Cheese is so good. It's insane. It's fucking the number 3 at Largemont Wine and Cheese is like over the top. Edgy Cows, thank you.
He was like, how you doing? This guy was coming up and I said, how you doing? And he just went ballistic on me, man. I wasn't used to that, man. My name is Sterling Eric Strickland, and we're at Famous Fish Market at 684 St. Nicholas Avenue, and the cross street is 145. If you're coming uptown and you cross over 145, you went too far. Our number 1 sandwich is a whiting. And we cook it the way you want it. We can give it to you crispy, regular, or soft.
Oh, yeah,
but we won't give it to you raw.
Vesh, thank you.
The reason that we use
Whiting is a whitefish like haddock or cod. Interesting.
whiting is because it's easy to debone. Ain't no 2 fish the same size. You know, just like human beings, you know. We use wheat bread. And we cook a whiting to order.
Will, your Prodigy Hummel jersey is back up? I ordered it a long time ago.
Fresh every day. We usually put 3 pieces, but you know, sometimes we'll put 4. But we give them a nice looking sandwich, you know.
Damn.
You don't never sell the same amount every day. I do 5 to 7 30-pound containers.
Not stoked on the white bread? I don't know. There are certain instances where white bread is the appropriate bread. For example, bologna and mayo sandwich only can be served on white bread. And I know that sounds disgusting to some, but it is like the height of trailer park elegance. Bologna and mayonnaise on white bread is...
Day. When I first came up here, my aunt, she didn't even have a sign out there. And all she had was that one door. The line was down the block. When I first saw it, I thought they were selling drugs. When she had it, the name of it was Subway Seafood. 1997, that's when she changed the name to Famous Fish. Her and her husband, they opened it up in 1973. I don't know the month. My aunt turned the store over to me in 1997.
He definitely built himself up because he came from nothing. For him to acquire this and to keep it for so long and to just be so successful in it, I keep telling him, I'm like, Dad, you did that.
You know, I found out in my almost 28 years that seafood is the most perishable item that you can sell for consumption.
Yeah.
Cleanliness is the closest thing to godliness.
Yeah.
When it sits and everything settles to the bottom, it gets kind of thick down there and you got to loosen it up. Now you see that right there? That's just a day's work. Now think if somebody let that go like that for a week. When I first come,
he changes his grease daily. That is fucking crazy.
And in the mornings, we change our oil fresh every day.
Okay, no wonder why his chicken or his fish sandwiches are so over the top.
You know, you keep your stove clean, you're gonna get a consistent taste every time. That's the key to it. But a lot of people are not gonna do it because it's expensive to do it.
Yeah.
I've never, not one day since I've started it, not changed my oil every day. Even when I wasn't making no money, I still changed it every day.
That is what for any of you who have never worked in like a little fast food station, that is so much work. and it's so expensive.
Okay, that's good, Eric, right there. If you look over on my wall, I got it right there in print. Consistency every day. And that's key. Start right here. I remember when my aunt, she would just
Cleaning a fryer is fucking brutal.
change one stove. But the reason I started changing it every day is because we used to have customers come and say, you know, I ate this food the other day and my stomach got messed up. And, you know, we started changing oil every day and we didn't get that from the customers. I do my customer like I want to be done. A lot of places don't believe that, but customers are paying attention to how you handling their food. We use 100% soybean oil. So each day I do this, I have about 5 of these 35-liter containers to get all the used oil and the gunk out. But that's the way we start out every day, man. Just like this. The whiting has a special batter. The batter recipe comes from Norfolk, Virginia, through my aunt's husband's family. But it's got my twist on it. Can't nobody duplicate. I mean, people be trying. They be trying, and a lot of people has got the old recipe, but they don't got the one I got now, not for the fish. They don't have what I got for the catfish. They don't have what I got for the mookie shrimp. Only 3 people know those recipes from Famous Fish.
I still don't know. I know what's in it, but I don't know how much or nothing. He guards it with his life, literally.
They'd have to kill me before they get that out of me. When you're making the recipe, you got to be precise with your measurements. You can't say, well, I'm gonna add a little bit more, or I'm gonna take a little bit less. You gotta do it exact. So that's how come it tastes the same all the time. You know, close is only good in horseshoes and grenades, right? I'm getting ready to sample the shrimp. I'm looking for that consistent flavor.
Okay, that looks fucking insane. That's good looking scrimp.
Now, the whiting. Right, you know. And believe it or not, man, I don't like mookie shrimp. I don't like catfish.
What?
I've ate so much of it. You know, now all I do when I eat it, I taste it and not swallow it.
That's crazy.
This store has only had 2 stoves from 1973 up until the present. There's a certain way to do this thing with 2 stoves, and probably nobody else could do what we do. And then the recipe for the mookie shrimp came from Noah. He was 22 years old. He came to work for me a little over a year ago. In 3 days, I had him cooking like he's cooking now.
He's got a future here if he wants it.
If he wants it. He's the son I never had. He's my main man. You know, him and Eric. I got another man, been with me over 23 years.
It's not really like a job place, it's more like a family.
God has blessed me with some good employees. We have a reputation for our half and half. The tea and the lemonade.
Oh my God. Half and half. People that are in on half and half, there is an art form to it.
Hold on quick. Believe it or not, my daughter Erica and my guy that's been with me over 23 years, they came up with that.
What the fuck is that? Half and half is like another way of saying Arnold Palmer, but it's half like sweet tea or iced tea and then half lemonade. And people that are Arnold Palmer heads or half and half heads, they take it very serious. My babysitter was a half and half head.
I've always been attached to the store ever since my dad got the store in '98. It's definitely been a blessing to our family.
She's the person that God...
Sorry, my own pair. The babysitter doesn't make it sound right. One of the women that raised me, essentially.
Put in my place to look after me. She means everything to me.
You're here to figure out some of the secrets of the business.
I am. He still won't give it to me.
She don't be doing all this hard work Anybody can do what I do. Everybody can't do what you do. Tartar sauce.
Tartar sauce.
They drink it. You see how I got him set up the whole table. And when you're setting up the table, the first thing you do, you want to outline your perimeter. And then once you do that,
oh my God,
then you do that right there. You know, then you put your lids on right there. And when you put your lids on your lids, and bang, you know, and you're done. That's a table, that's a table, that was a table. When I was younger, I got in trouble and I had two choices. You either go into prison, you go into the military. So I decided, well, I'm bad. You know, wasn't nothing back then. I said, well, I'm gonna go in the Marine Corps. Ain't nothing out here that I haven't been able to overcome since I came out of there with the discipline that it gave me. I thank God that I went there because it was the best thing that ever happened to me.
I used to work at a Chick-fil-A and a local business owner would not let anyone but me make her half and half here in Georgia. She would ask if I was working at the drive-thru, and if I wasn't, she would leave. I told you. This is like kind of a, if you know, you know, but half and half and tea heads, it's like, it's different. I think for a lot of people that have never lived in like the South, like you don't really get it. But dude, some people are so serious about their tea and their half and half. It's crazy. Old people, I don't think it's exclusive to old people. It's kind of like Diet Coke people, where like they have to have it during their day. They have to. So an addiction? Yeah, sure, if you want to be an asshole.
Order number 7007.
Oh yeah, wow, that's for
I too worked at a Chick-fil-A and the cheesecake was free for those who knew.
Cheesecake was free? Wait, what?
What's your number, love?
That was the first sandwich of the day.
I didn't even know Chick-fil-A had cheesecake.
I'm from Harlem. I travel a lot, but whenever I get a chance to come here, I'm here. I flew in today. This is my first stop. Everything from Famous Fish, always been good since I've been like this high.
Famous Fish is what it's called. Famous Fish.
Now, sometimes it takes me 2.5 hours, sometimes a little bit less, but yeah, this is well worth
What? 2.5 hour line?
the effort, and they've been consistent for many, many years.
All right, thank you. Take care, everybody. Nice things people said. You heard a few of them.
Yeah, I did, man. It made me cry. I'm serious. It touched my heart. It's crazy, man. I mean, I done been hurt.
No, he commutes 2.5 hours. Okay, I was about to say, that's fucking insane.
I've been hurt so much in my life, man, but you know, I've endured. I've endured, man.
I would honor my dad. Like, this was a blessing given to us. I don't want to let him down because he's worked so hard.
Erica and Noah, I'm trying my best to team them two up together. I think they're going to take this further than me.
Well, I see us franchising this place. I'm in North Carolina, so I'm looking to bring one down there.
This would go absolutely fucking nuclear in North Carolina. How many hours would you travel for a good sandwich? I mean, I went cross country to go back to Hoagie Haven, so.
I just really see us all over the United States. That's my goal, my future vision.
I don't know where it's coming from. But it goes.
It's calling you again, Will. Oh my God. Calling me back home. Yeah, dude. I'm trying to plan a New York trip sometime in the near future here.
It comes and goes. Somebody in the neighborhood sent
Did the hoagie fulfill you? 100%.
gave me a Christmas card. The famous fish. I love you and God bless you always. An awesome restaurant. Have a wonderful. My mother say, Eric, if you do right, right is gonna come to you. Whatever how you put it out there, it's coming back to you sevenfold. The stuff that my mother said, I've done my daughter, Erica, and my grandkids and everything, same way, because it worked on me. Somebody in the neighborhood is, thinking about me. I mean, this is the first I've ever got. I try to treat everybody like I want to be.
They wrote a letter. It must be good. Here's the thing I will say. It's one thing to be a great restaurant. It is quite another to be like a neighborhood haunt that offers food at a reasonable price that's been around for forever. I think the Michelin star restaurants can really impress you, but I think the neighborhood places will make you fall in love. Like, there are a few restaurants in Princeton, New Jersey that I fucking love with like my whole heart. When I didn't really talk about it, but when I went back to Princeton, I tried to rent out a restaurant that I grew up in called Conti's Pizza, and they wouldn't do it because I wanted to just have like a little party for my friends. They wouldn't do it. They're like, no, we don't do that. We don't fucking do that. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, can I reserve a table? And they're like, no, we don't do reservations. And I started talking to them, and one of the people there like recognized me from when I was a kid. And they're like, all right, we don't do reservations, but we'll fucking put a table down for you. And they were super excited when I came in, and like it hadn't changed in 20 some odd years. And it was so cute. So yeah, man, support your local hood, your spots, man. Support your haunts, support the places that, grew up feeding you. Cause I think that shit's important. All right, back to Neff news. God damn it. Table tennis robot.
Blink
What
and
the
you might
fuck?
miss it because you're
What
human
the
and that's
fuck? Dude, this is the Skynet bot right here.
Blink and you might miss it because you're human and that's a robot beating your kind in a ping pong rally.
Did she just say your kind?
Meet Ace, an autonomous table tennis robot developed by Sony's Artificial Intelligence division. The Japanese tech giant says it's the first robot to beat elite human players in competitive physical sport. Here's another point: slow down. You can see the machine tracking the ball's 3D position and estimating its angular velocity and spin in real time. It's 9 cameras around the court. Don't miss a beat. A study released this week in Nature details the bot's recent victories against some highly skilled and even professional players. Sony saying the breakthrough proves robotics can now handle rapid decision-making, precise physical execution, and continuous adaptation to an unpredictable opponent.
They did build hardware that allows it to move as quickly as it needs to. So you're combining the ability to adjust for unpredictable events with hardware that lets it do it.
Robots aren't new to table tennis. Google's DeepMind getting a grip over the last few years. But to take on a player like Marty Supreme, Ace is
I knew there was going to be a fucking Marty Supreme reference.
evolving to the next level.
You want to get physical? Like an 8?
It was almost 3 decades ago when a computer first beat a reigning world champion in chess. Fast forward to this week, humanoid robots outran flesh and blood in China's half marathon. But it's all bigger.
What the fuck is that? Brother, I saw this video from last year of the Chinese marathon, and they like barely made it over the finish line. Who the fuck is the T2000 right here?
Go.
What the fuck? It's been a single year.
Flesh and
What
blood
the
in
fuck
China's
is
half
this
marathon.
thing?
But it's all bigger than sports.
And why does it have such thick hips?
Half marathon. But
holy shit.
it's all bigger than sports. Companies racing to make robots for manufacturing, service work, and high-risk environments. Sony says ACE is a significant step toward creating robots with broader applications.
This is not about Sony AI building a table tennis competitor. It's about building robotics that can adjust to the real world in real time.
It's about military application.
Is less if robots can compete with us and more how far they'll go.
And Emily joins us now to talk more about this. I guess the big question I have is, what's the point?
Yeah.
Why do we need robots to compete against us in sports?
I think the goal is that it's going to be applied in all of these other possible industries. And because the pace in which this technology is advancing, some experts say that they think the robots are going to be ready before we are mentally, if you think about it. And so for that reason, we'll more likely see the robots kind of be put to use in things like retail, manufacturing, before scenarios like helping with your household chores or with healthcare. But something that's really cool is if you look at even in the case of ACE, it improved its skills over a period of months, which really speaks to the speed in which it's learning. And one of the things is it can focus on the logo so accurately. It helps it understand the ball spin. So if you're trying to do a trick shot of some sort, and also the axis in which it is rotated on. And that, Ryan, yes, who needs paddles?
That wasn't even on TV. Do that again. I need credit for that. I need credit for that.
Okay, take two.
Ready?
All right, here we go. I was like, it's gonna hit me right in the face. That was pretty good. You kind of looked like Ace there, right?
You didn't put any spin on it or anything. Try spinning it this time.
Okay, all right.
The age-old question, will suckbots be worth having RoboCops? Here's my answer that you are not ready for the seriousness of the answer. Suckbots will lower violence in the world exponentially. Now, birth rates will decline, but in an era when there are so many people that are so forgotten, perhaps that's not the worst thing. Perhaps bringing down the global population will benefit us. And also, I think that there is something to be said about, the amount of incel violence will plummet when you can just get your cock sucked by a robonoid. Just absolutely fucking dominated. I mean, who has the energy to go shoot up a movie theater after a fresh BJ? It's dystopian. But I don't know.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's for a cool.
Go ahead.
Suckbot for president.
Nah, it won't change shit. I think it'll change more than you think. I think sexual gratification is something that makes a lot of people go fully insane, particularly in a country that is so sexually repressed. I think it's like one of the things that like the dystopia of the future will actually help alleviate a little bit. When was the last incel violence? Like every single fucking day if you're a woman. The fuck are you talking about? Like every single waking second of a woman's life in our country? Oh, yep, just happened. Ask any single woman in this chat. It probably happened to them today. That is, Chatter, I love you, but that was the most man-coded question I've ever fucking heard in my life. There is no woman in this chat. You are definitely not a member of this community. You are definitely a new head.
Right, let's see. So you got to lock in just like Ace. Lock in.
Ready?
Oh, okay, pretty good.
Look at that. We got it.
We're playing here without paddles here, but we could see millions of robots, according to some experts, over the next just decades. So things are moving at a rapid pace.
Yeah, I don't find anything interesting at all about watching a robot play a sport. But, I guess you and me
both. I think some people are like, oh yes, go Ace.
No, I don't think it's interesting to see a person play a robot. Now, a robot playing another robot, that's something I can get down on. Now, a robot playing a different robot in a ping pong game where the ball heats up to the point of it catching on fire. Yes, give me two.
Right. Are you going to root for the robot over the human?
I think it's a little weird because, right, like there's no eye contact. There's no, that's like kind of eerie, right?
But I guess the way I feel about it is if the human were representing a sports team from New England, so anything from Boston, I would probably root against it still.
Okay, kind of Ace.
As a Western New Yorker. All right.
And then we're rooting for Ace. Got it.
All right.
Noted.
Thanks, Emily and Kaden. We appreciate it.
We thank you for watching.
I respect that New Yorker hates Bostonians. Fair. I connect with that on a personal level. All right, it's time for our final topics of the night. We're talking crime and danger. Dink donk reminder.
So what if I love a robot? It's not hurting anybody.
Don't date robots.
He never took middle school hygiene. He never saw the propaganda film. It's just lucky I keep a copy in the VCR at all times.
Ordinary human dating. It's enjoyable and it serves an important purpose. But when a human dates an artificial mate, there is no purpose, only enjoyment. And that leads to tragedy.
Neato, a Marilyn Monroe bot.
Isn't his robot Lucy Liu? Am I remembering this correctly?
Yeah, Dreamboat.
Billy every teen. Harmless fun? Let's see what happens next.
Billy, do you want to walk your dog?
No thanks, Mom. I'd rather make out with my Monroe bot.
Billy, do you want to get a paper route and earn some extra cash?
No thanks, Dad. I'd rather make out with my Monroe bot.
Billy, do you want to come over tonight? We can make out together.
Gee, Mavis, your house is across the street. That's an awfully long way to go for making out.
Did you notice what went wrong in that scene? Ordinarily, Billy would work hard to make money with his paper route. Then he'd use the money to buy dinner for Mavis, thus earning a slim chance to perform the reproductive act. But in a world where teens can date robots, why should he bother? Why should anyone bother? Let's take a look at Billy's planet a year later. Where are all the football stars? And where are the biochemists? They're trapped in the soft, vice-like grip of robot lips. All civilization was just an effort to impress the opposite sex. And sometimes the same sex.
Drama.
Now, let's skip forward 80 years into the future. Where's Billy?
Farewell.
The next day, Billy's planet was destroyed by aliens. Have you guessed the name of Billy's planet? It was Earth. Don't date robots!
God, man. Fucking hell. Great video. Don't date robots. New device from Samsung might entice you.
It's being called the must-have tech gadget of the year. The Samsung Apex, which hits shelves today, streams video into your left eye, internet into your right eye, and sucks your dick all at the same time. Buzz has been building for the Apex. At a recent press event, Samsung promoted the device as the future of technology today.
Today's world, there's no reason to ever not be fully stimulated. With Apex, you can constantly be watching movies, checking Facebook, and having your penis sucked by a robotic mouth every second of the day.
Samsung spokesman Neil Werner is projecting the biggest sales in his company's history.
Are you kidding me? This thing does everything. Plus, it sucks your dick. All right?
And I know what you're thinking. And yes, ladies, there is a version for you that eats you out. Hanging up Apple, we beat you to the punch on this one. Samsung's got you by the balls.
Warner is likewise unconcerned about consumer safety reports that having screens playing two different images less than an inch from one's eyes can cause motion sickness and even seizures.
Whenever something new comes out, people don't know what the hell to do with it. You know, some people are saying, but I don't need my dick mechanically sucked. But mark my words, you will get your dick sucked.
In spite of the almost $1,000 price tag, customers are raving about the device.
For my career, I do need the internet and TV and my dick sucked all the time.
I already have a TV and a girlfriend and a laptop, but to have all those in one device would be really nice.
Even a run of bad press about unsafe working conditions in the Apex factory in India have not dampened sales projections.
Yeah. Factory, switch up, blah, blah. How about you just plug your eyeball straight into the internet and get your cock sucked?
According to tech insiders, there are already
internet and get your cock sucked. You just plug your factory, switch up, blah, blah. How about you just plug your eyeball straight into the internet and get your cock sucked?
According to tech insiders, there are already rumors about a second generation Apex with a 10 megapixel video camera and a little finger that tickles your asshole. And on tomorrow's tech trends, venture capitalists are lining up to give money to a random college dropout, hoping he'll make the next Facebook.
Bro. Yeah. Sweatshops. How about you plug your eyeballs directly into the internet and get your cock sucked? That's good shit. All right. Fake Justin Bieber rep steals 4 electric vehicles. What?
All a scam. And the business owner says a person posing as Bieber's staff requested 4 of those electric buggy rentals.
But soon those buggies were on their way to the southern border, leaving the company out hundreds of thousands of dollars. KTLA's Jillian Smuckler is live in Hollywood with details.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, I do want to make note, there is no confirmation that Justin Bieber or his team had anything to do with this, but the owner tells us that scammer used his name to make his last-minute requests seem legitimate, and that's ultimately what led to 4 of his vehicles being stolen. Is it too late now to say sorry? For one Newport Beach business, it's definitely too late for sorry.
Coachella weekend. These little babies are gonna go to work.
4 electric Mokes gone after a scam tied to someone claiming to work for Justin Bieber at Coachella.
How did they get away with this?
The night before, we get a phone call for a last-minute request for 4 cars to go to Coachella for the headliners, which is not a out of the ordinary request at all. We've done it a lot of times.
The caller claims the cars were to shuttle the pop star
because it's that guy they're scamming. Oh, hold on. We don't judge a book by a cover.
Between a private villa and the festival grounds.
I didn't want to leave the Beavers high and dry. I never thought this would
I didn't want to leave the Believers high and dry.
happen.
But there were warning signs, including a $20,000 deposit that never came through.
I didn't think anything of it because he was...
How could you not think anything of them not putting the deposit down?
Scatterbrain, and that's normal, and he said his wire got out a little bit late. We should have it in the morning.
The cars were delivered to Palm Desert.
Brother, he wanted to do business with Justin Bieber so badly. This guy was a believer. He believed a little too hard.
But just hours later, something wasn't right.
That we have a moving vehicle and going down the 10 freeway west. I realized they're not going 30 miles an hour. They're on a flatbed.
When Marta called the renter,
they took them to Tijuana.
The man claiming to be with Bieber insisted everything was fine.
What are you talking about? I go, what am I talking about? It's my car is going down the 10 freeway.
Yeah, you call the cops, man.
What are you talking about?
Marta says he immediately called CHP trying to stop the vehicles before they reached the border.
I was tracking them down the 215 to the 15 Escondido. I go, they're heading towards the border. Stop these cars. Stop this train.
But it was too late.
I watched those cars go across the border into Tijuana.
The GPS signals went dark.
They actually went to TJ.
And the cars were nowhere to be found.
They probably were taken out, whatever they were found, they're taken out and just tossed.
The loss, more than $200,000 worth, is now hitting a major portion of his business.
It takes away a third of the business, basically. It's a big hit.
You cannot play the Bieber hit at the end of the fucking segment.
While the scammers may owe him a sorry, Marta says what he really wants.
Maybe they're coming back for a week and two. I can only hate, pray, and hope.
We'll have to wait and see on that one. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office says they are investigating the case, but the owner tells me he's hopeful that someone watching this story tonight may have some information that leads.
That is crazy. That reminds me of the story of the guy who got scammed by the carnival, and all he got was like a pickle with dreadlocks. Do you guys remember that? Have you ever seen?
leads to an
Let me see if I can find this. Damn. Yes. Oh, God. Classic. Man loses life savings.
12 minutes now after 8 o'clock, and a New Hampshire man says his trip to the carnival was a horror show where he ended up losing his entire life savings.
He claims he was conned at a carnival game. Michael Rosenfield spoke with him.
This first shot is maybe the most iconic shot in local news history.
Henry Gribbohm says he lost his life savings, $2,600, on a carnival game like this one. And all he has to show for it is this stuffed banana with dreadlocks.
Is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Ba, 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 ba. Thank you, Lilac Moon.
You're expecting to win a few things and, let the kids have a good time. It just
Brother, you're gambling at it.
Turn out that way.
Gribbohm says he attended a Manchester carnival run by Fiesta Shows and wanted to win an Xbox Connect at a game called Tubs of Fun, where contestants toss balls into a tub. When he practiced, he says it was easy, but something changed when he started playing for the prize, and the balls kept popping out.
It's not possible that it wasn't rigged.
Gribbohm says he kept trying to win back his money by going double or nothing. He dropped $300 in just a few minutes, then says he went home to get $2,300 more, and soon lost all that as well.
I know.
Whoa! G-Money 75! Thank you for the support. I appreciate you.
Well, it's a difficult game. I mean, I've tried it myself. I've done it once, missed probably 20 times.
Fiesta Show says the game is run by an independent contractor who worked for Fiesta for years. It's interviewing the contractor to see what happened. Are there any scams at all with any of the games?
Not that I'm aware of. We've had a lot of these game operators with us for years.
The traveling carnival is now setting up here in Derry, New Hampshire, but you will not see Tubs of Fun. Fiesta says the independent contractor that runs the game is not allowed to set up while an investigation is taking place.
Because you get caught up
Fucking banana with dreadlocks.
in the whole double or nothing.
Him walking around with the banana is incredible.
I've got to win my money back.
Henry says he went back the next day to complain.
This is the fucking early 2000s man version of the Scarlet Letter.
The man running the game gave him back $600. Henry split with the banana and the cash and filed a report with Manchester PD.
For once in my life, I happen to become that sucker.
Is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Carolina, yeah. What up? Quantarage. What up?
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Anonymous. Katie. Kaboom.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Caroline,
that's
you
very
still
cool.
here? Come say hi.
Quan raid Quin fart wave Quantarage and Quan raid Quin fart wave Quantarage and Quan raid Quin fart wave Quantarage and Quan raid Quin fart wave Quantarage.
Caroline, come say
yeah,
hi.
Wow, that's very cool.
Will ready.
Is she even here?
Oh,
Or is she
yeah,
just
wow,
ready?
that's very cool.
Quan raid.
Thank you guys
yeah,
for the
wow,
hype
that's
train. Let
very
me text
cool.
her. Kaboom. Kablow. Kaboom. I was in my room trying to help my little sister. I heard a noise that sounded like a missile. All right. We're at the end of NAF News, but we got some more stories. When Granny is too locked in to answer her phone. All right, let's take a look. Kaboom.
All right, get this. The family of a 91-year-old woman concerned after she didn't answer their calls, so they asked police to do a welfare check.
Oh.
783, garage door's open. We're gonna make entry.
We're here with her now. She's
playing video games in her bedroom.
Yeah, that's what she was doing. Police say the 91-year-old was not just playing video games, she was locked in, trying to beat her record level.
you, punk
she was
Rick.
she was so focused, rather, she missed all of the calls from her family, so they were naturally concerned. Isn't it interesting, the cycle, how it first starts, your parents are always worried about you, why aren't they answering the phone? Later on, it goes to the kids saying, why aren't my parents answering the phone?
Caroline's still playing fucking Red Dead Redemption in 60 years. They never said what game. Fuck. Kaboom. Kabang. Backyard balloon.
Hot air balloon surprise landing. A quick thinking pilot somehow carefully put the basket.
There is no way if I was in a Crashland air balloon, I would be smiling like this.
Down in the backyard of a California home. The 13 people on board, all so chill despite the close call, and the homeowner completely unaware until a neighbor.
Hello? Hi.
You never asked me to come say hi.
I always do. You just leave.
I do.
Yeah, I was talking to you in chat, but you weren't there. I always go, hi.
You know how it is after you finish stream.
Yeah.
You just kind of. Plus, I gotta go read more.
You gotta go read? Okay.
Cause freaking, what's his name? Farley.
Yeah, he was barking his head off.
Freaking Farley. You know, he wasn't just barking. He was sitting his ass on my. He said no book learning. I wonder where he got that from.
I just wanted attention.
He said we don't do book learning in this house.
Give me a kiss. The fuck? Do you want?
We only watch TV in this house.
Have you eaten yet?
I had a little something at like 4.
Eat some food.
What you want? What you want?
I'll give him a walk
What you
later.
want?
I'll give him a walk later.
What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing?
By the way, I didn't mean to blow up your spot.
What?
I've talked to you about the Savannah Bananas before.
No, you haven't. When?
I literally went on a whole diatribe about how professional baseball needs to take note from the Savannah Bananas because they're so fun and I wanted to go to a game.
When?
Multiple times.
No.
Yes.
Where's the evidence?
There's no evidence, but I've talked to you about it.
No. Okay.
Oh, I remember. I showed you the video where they did the glow in the dark game.
Okay. Let me explain something. Okay. So, Will and I have different interests, as y'all know. And a lot of times we will tell the other person something about something that we know that they're not really interested in, but they're like, yeah, okay, great. That's wonderful. You do that with sports. I do that with.
That's why I didn't blow up your spot on stream.
You just said you blew up my spot.
I said I didn't. Because when you were like, why have you never told me about the Savannah Bananas? I went, I don't know. Even though I remembered talking to you about the Savannah Bananas.
The thing is that you're always okay. This is something.
Am I always talking? Hey, Will, how about you shut your bitch mouth so I can get some reading done? You stupid bitch.
You know what?
How about you walk that fat ass around and shut your mouth, make me a fucking sandwich? Is that what you want to say to me?
No, I would never say that except for the sandwich part. You know how many times we're sitting on the couch and I'm doing something, then you're like, oh my God. Yeah. And I think that, I don't know, the world is ending something. And then it's like a Jets draft announcement or a rumor for some football pick. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And then you're like, blah, blah, blah is being looked at as a wide receiver. I'm like, okay. Okay, so I will say.
But remember, this started with you going, why have you never told me about the Savannah Bananas?
I did say that.
You can't have it both ways.
I'm acknowledging that I said
you
that.
You can't tune out the sports stuff and then ask to hear about the sports stuff.
Because it's not sports, it's theater. If you had explained it to me that the second you started talking about baseball, I probably tuned out.
Yeah.
If you had led with the theater aspect of it, thank you, Christian. Clock it. It's theater. If you were like, oh my God, theater, I would have been like, but I bet you just were talking about baseball.
Christian, weren't you supposed to stay over here tonight?
Oh, no, he's coming tomorrow.
Oh.
He's coming tomorrow. So it's Will's fault. Tanner said that. Tanner said that. Caroline has never told you about her Scientologist lore.
No, I've never seen that video before.
Did you watch it?
I did.
Oh.
Was that for like a Mormon movie?
No, Kevin Miles, our buddy Jake from State Farm, is in that movie too.
What?
I told you about that actually. I told you that Kevin and I were randomly in the same movie together.
Yeah, I don't think I knew it was a Mormon Scientologist piece.
Well, it's not a Mormon movie. I just played a Scientologist.
Right, and the other character is a Mormon.
Well, one of them.
Isn't that the main character?
Yeah, not Kevin's character. I don't remember what he was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, for movie night, you can watch me in my greatest performance of all time.
Okay.
Aside from a Lifetime's Nanny Killer.
Okay.
You know that you're dating a star.
I know. Thank you, Jason Society. I appreciate you for the raid. Thank you.
I'm sorry you told me about the bananas.
No, it's okay. I understood right away.
But
you know what? My problem was I told you about their glow in the dark game. I didn't tell you about
I'm ballsy.
The genie crossover game.
Tell Christian I still have 13 days left on my ban from Hassan's Discord.
You do this to me
when
as
I
well,
get back,
so
I'm fighting him again.
Someone just donated $13 to say that they had been banned from Hassan's Discord, and when they get unbanned, they're going to fight him again.
Oh. Here's Johnny. Tell them they should probably donate $100, and then they'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Right.
I arena'd him and got him banned for a month, says Christian. Okay.
Go read. I'll stay out of your way.
Goodbye.
Go do your book learning. Let me know if you want some food.
Spear fingers. These are not spear fingers.
Get out of here, theater kid. Get out of here.
Bring it on.
Savannah Banana.
Knocked on his door. They're all
stop clapping. Get out.
Speaking with Jim Murray about what happened.
A hot air balloon ride suddenly takes a wild turn.
Are we landing?
The balloon is
I would be freaking the fuck out.
Forced to make an unexpected landing. Yep, the giant balloon touches down in this tiny backyard.
I would be freaking the fuck out. 1 second song guess? Okay, quickly, let's do it. This is going to be like Arctic Monkeys or Strokes or something. I don't know. Never heard that song before in my life. Aerosmith, my bad.
Ride the hallway, ride the bus. Walk
Wait, this is sick. I
my
love
house, look like I'm in place. Walk in the strip, she gon' make it bad.
What is that?
Got the pantry, take a sip and I'm dancing.
Okay, I love that. I've never heard it before. Yeah, I wrote arrow instead of arrow. I'm fucking dyslexic. I tell you guys every fucking day.
Out comes the stunned homeowners.
Oh my God.
They're shocked to see a basket full of 13 people waving and flashing the peace sign.
No, brother, you can't spell. That's what that is, you fucking moron. I tell you guys every day I'm blind. No, you can't see nothing. Yeah, idiot.
Everybody. And they look pretty chill for such a harrowing landing. The homeowners greet their unexpected guests, then marvel over the 80-foot high balloon towering over their home in Temecula, California.
Wow.
Homeowner Hunter Perrin says it was a neighbor who first alerted him.
I go and open the door and the guy's like, they just landed in your backyard. And I was like, I had no idea what he was talking about.
He ran out back with wife Jenna.
Right there.
Why are you guys all pretending like you're fucking big Aerosmith fans anyway? Fuck Aerosmith. They had like 2 good songs in the fucking 80s. Get off my dick.
There's this basket full of 13 people looking, waving, saying, good morning.
Chilling, having a good time. And I'm thinking, how did they get in here? So I'm like, okay.
Take it back. No, Aerosmith fucking sucked, except for like 2 songs.
What happens?
Sweet Emotion and Dream On. Everything else was pretty shitty.
Passenger Brianna Avalos was on the balloon ride as a special treat, celebrating her 10-year wedding anniversary. Did the pilot say anything?
I asked the pilot, I was like, are we landing? He was like, yeah, we're landing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you just landed in the backyard. Like, this is crazy. He was like, I was trying to make it to the street, but we couldn't make it to the street because he only had a little bit of fuel left.
As incredible as the balloon
Chat is really showing why you needed a break. Chat is brutal.
balloon landing was here in this small backyard, avoiding trees and rooftops, the adventure wasn't over.
Spelling is a third of dyslexia? Yeah, the other 2/3 are me getting my dick sucked by your father.
Still had to get the balloon up and over the house and onto the street. First, the balloon was pushed along the backyard to a more open space. As neighbors gathered in the street outside, the balloon takes flight again. There it is, soaring over trees and the house, as a team of 8 workers from the balloon company who've arrived on scene guide the balloon down safely to the street. Then the balloon was deflated so it could be hauled away. As for the good
news, still on Aerosmith. I get it, man. You're rage baiting me. I get it. I'm being funny. I understand. You really love Aerosmith. He's a big Aerosmith fan, guys.
Natured homeowners, they've now put up this sign in their backyard. Official hot air balloon landing zone.
It was
No, I'm not. Okay, then you're just a fucking loser.
cool to just have a basket full of strangers drop in.
Hi, everybody.
The balloon company says the pilot did a really good job of landing before the balloon ran out of fuel in a bad spot.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, shut up. Fuck you. All right, next song. lawnmower stunt. What the fuck is this?
New at 10, Ocala police say this social media stunt landed 2
What the fuck are they doing?
young men behind bars. Cops say one drove a lawnmower into a Target. Yeah, you heard that right. While the other one filmed it. A witness recorded the whole.
It's not rage bait? Okay. I apologize. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Much love to you.
Thing on her phone and shared that video with us.
What the fuck? This is legitimately kind of fucking dangerous.
A man wearing overalls and a straw hat rides a lawnmower into a Target. It's not the start of a joke, but instead the start of the story behind 2 arrests, according to Ocala police.
Oh my God.
Cops say Yannick Skaradek drove the lawnmower into the...
Yannick Skaradek? Okay, first and foremost, his parents wanted him to fucking fail. The name Yannick Skaradek is an absolute fucking disaster.
Store on Southwest College Road yesterday. Officers say Luke Charsky filmed it.
Luke Charsky? Jesus Christ. Yo, these are literally like the names that Japanese game developers put in baseball games in the 1980s. You know what I mean? When it was like Tecmo Baseball and it'd be like Luke Skaradek, Bob Stortenskamp, Todd Gonzalez.
It for them to later post on social
media.
Video shows Skaradek damaged the front door of the store when he crashed into the sides, not once, but twice. And police say this isn't even Skaradek's...
Dude, this guy looks like a fucking criminal.
First stunt this weekend. They say the day before he walked into a Culver's restaurant and used a leaf blower. Cops say...
Okay, he put a way too much emphasis on that. Why did he say it like the Knights Who Say Knee? He literally was like, he walked in to a Chick-fil-A and used a leaf blower. He put a lot of stank on that shit.
These are crimes, not harmless videos. Both men are 18. Skaradek charged with criminal mischief and disorderly conduct. Charsky with principal to disorderly conduct.
Both suspects bonded out of jail today, and a check of one of their TikTok pages shows both videos are still up. In fact, the lawnmower...
They're thriving and making a good living.
Our video was posted after they got out of jail.
Disgusting. I mean, the lawnmower one, whatever, super inconvenient. Not the lawnmower one, the leaf blower one. The lawnmower one is tough because it's very super dangerous. Like if he had driven over something in the store and the blade hit it and kicked it up, it could have really hurt someone. So leaf blower one, whatever. It's kids being fucking stupid, but the riding mower one is stupid dangerous. Garbage juice dump.
Again tonight with that smelly, messy scene in East Point that has residents demanding answers. Welcome to 7 News Detroit at 6. I'm Carolyn Clifford.
And I'm Mike Duffy. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, that gross substance is called leachate. It's a liquid that forms when water passes through.
Was I too mean to that guy who was making fun of me for not being able to spell? I feel bad. I always feel bad when I fucking pop off and go full stand-up comedian on people, and then I realize I thought it was funny. Okay, good. I go back to stand-up mode where I like really snap hard, and then like 2 minutes later, I'm like, I don't know if people on Twitch get that level of heat. Anyway.
Waste materials, picking up
I'm glad you thought it was funny. That makes me feel better.
Chemicals, pollutants, and toxins along the way.
And a homeowner caught a priority waste garbage truck dumping out puddles of it on Piper Street, right near Gratiot Avenue and East 9 Mile Road.
7 News Detroit reporter Peter Maxwell is your East Point reporter, and he's bringing the concerns of homeowners right to priority waste and the city.
It's a mess you can definitely see, and one that myself and neighbors
can definitely smell, and they're demanding answers and action from Priority Waste so this never happens again.
We still never go full Hassan. I'm gonna be honest. I always try and make it funny. Like I always pop off on people with the intention of being funny, and then like I was like, damn, I don't know if that person knows my tone or if they've been here long enough, or I might have hurt their feelings. I always feel bad. I never want to ruin anybody's night. I just want to make people laugh. And then sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know if that might have come off a little harsh.
All of the stains here, there's a bunch of garbage and trash as well, too.
That is disgusting and just gross.
Puddles of garbage juice and a trail of frustration for homeowners in East Point. This video from Ryan and Michaela's home on Piper Street shows a Priority Waste garbage truck dumping.
Will you have sex with my grandma?
Yep.
What is called garbage juice in the street.
I'm gonna break her fucking hip.
Right in front of their home, and you can hear it splashing. Ryan's wife, Michaela Preston, noticed the liquid when she went to grab her trash cans.
I noticed all this water in the road. So I originally came out in socks, didn't think anything of it until I noticed used feminine products in my street, along with broken liquor bottles and plastic liquor bottles.
But it wasn't until Ryan and Michaela checked their doorbell camera to see a Priority Waste driver throw their truck into reverse.
They backed up the truck, slammed on their brakes, and then just let all of the liquid waste just spill out. They did it one time there, a second time there, and then a third time right here as well.
The garbage juice left stains on the road and a strong stench of garbage lingering in the air.
It's a horrible smell. I mean, when you come out the house, as soon as you get out your car, you can smell it.
Neighbors like Dale Rock are now worried about what could have been in that liquid.
There's all kinds of stuff in that. You have no idea what could be in there.
I reached out to Priority Waste for answers about the video and if they're taking any action. A spokesperson tells me the driver has formally been reprimanded and will complete corrective action training to help ensure this does not happen again.
Oh God, not will too. It's not enough that Hassan says he's gonna fuck my grandma. Well, I mean, the difference is Hassan said he was gonna fuck that Chatter's grandma as a threat. I was offered the grandma. I'm just being a good Samaritan. Someone came to me with their unfucked grandma and asked if I would step in and fucking blast her right off her walker. You know what I mean? I'm not a hero, but some say.
The city of East Point tells me they are aware of the video and are investigating. And I confirm that Michigan's Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy also has an open investigation into this incident. While I was out reporting on this story Thursday, Priority Waste did send a street sweeping crew to clear the street of the stains and the smell. Both Ryan and Michaela hope this never happens again.
I just don't want this to be done to someone else or repeated again as well.
In East Point, Peter Maxwell, 7 News, Detroit.
All right, thank you so much, Peter. Now, not only is
garbage juice. Garbage juice. Customer attacks restaurant employee with to-go box. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, shove it up your ass is what I'm gonna do, okay?
Oh, this woman's got it coming.
You gonna put your hands on me? Oh, boy.
Oh my God!
Whoa. A customer attacked a server at a local restaurant, hitting her with a to-go box. Took a big
Damn, dude, look. All right, let's break this down. So the Karen is coming in hot, and that rage is boiling. Okay. And the thing that is really setting her off, you can tell, is the camera. So she loads up that tray of jalapeno poppers. She comes across, and I think she's trying to hit the camera, but she goes a little too deep and smacks the arm. Camera looks to go flying. Restaurant employee already, look at that, windmill kung fu hands, comes with the fucking slap. Pow! Right on the chin. Reloads again. Pow! Right in the titty. Grabs the shirt. Rakes the eyes. Oh my God. John Bones Jones would be proud. Look at that placement. 2 French tips right to your fucking cornea. Ah! Pushes back. fucking eye scraping. And at that point, she felt like she had had enough.
Thousands of people have watched this video on social media.
Thwack.
This was outside Leroy's Southern Kitchen and Bar in downtown Punta Gorda. Gulf Coast News reporter Natasha Casal is live learning what happened to the woman who attacked the server.
This is the spot where the attack happened. Video shows a customer hitting an employee in the head in this alleyway. Hundreds of thousands of people have watched this video on Facebook, and the view count just keeps going up.
For fuck's sake. Can I be honest? Can I say something real? Obviously, don't fucking hit someone with a fucking styrofoam takeout. Okay? It's a really shitty thing to do. But like acting like this was a shooting is fucking crazy. Where the savage attack happened. Guys, she got hit with curly fries and then she planted her finger behind the woman's cornea. I think they're even.
What happened?
This old lady was talking crap. She was going at me. I told her she was crazy, started videotaping it because she was cussing me out, and she came up and she hit me, so I hit her back.
In the face?
Yeah, she hit me in the face.
This video was taken on Sunday outside Leroy's Southern Kitchen and Bar in Punta Gorda. You can see a group of women who just ate at the bar.
I want to know what the debate was about, what the fight was about.
Walking past an alley carrying takeout containers. One of the customers started yelling at an employee in the alley.
It's on surveillance camera, so you can't make something up when it's actually being taped.
As soon as the employee starts recording, one of the women...
I'll shove it up your ass. Okay.
You can see her walk up and hit her in the head with a to-go box.
Oh, she does look to hit the cell phone. Either way, don't do it. It's bad. But dude, she got the worst of this. Look at that. She got her hair lagged behind her face. She got slapped so hard. Slapped again. And then the eye rake. Ooh, that hurts.
The employee caught the attack on her phone camera too.
Deserved? 100% deserved. 100% deserved. But at the same time, just where the attack occurred.
You gonna put your hands on me?
People I talked to say this isn't a representation of their community.
And handle it in the restaurant, and don't take it around back and hit her in the head. I mean, that was ridiculous.
They say the customer is always right, but people I talked to say after watching this video...
They're acting like this woman shot her in the face.
No. The customer's not always right, especially when there's a violent act for no reason.
Punta Gorda police say the woman in the red dress got a civil citation. I reached out to her for comment, but have not heard back. Police say there isn't much information in the report, but told us it's clear what happened in the video. The owners of Leroy's tell me they were advised by their legal team to not make any comment at this time. In Punta Gorda, I'm Natasha Casal for Gulf Coast News.
Wow. It's assault. Yeah, I guess it's assault in the same way that a non-consensual pillow fight is assault. But you know what? Again, should have just walked away. Shouldn't have just walked away. Wheelchair explosion. Fucking God. What? Can't we help our handicapped members of society? First, they can't get ramps. Then we make wheelchairs that explode like goddamn fucking lithium battery phones. What the fuck is this? I mean, the one thing I will say, though, if this is this guy's wheelchair, that's a miracle. He's walking again. Maybe the imminent threat of exploding, I don't know, but that is fucking crazy.
Fire! Fire!
Fire indeed. That was the moment an electric-powered wheelchair exploded right in the driveway of a Hollywood home. The homeowner says the wheelchair was inside her house minutes before.
Yeah, some incredible images there. NBC6's Nico Clemens is live in Hollywood with more. Nico, this was a close call for the homeowner. You spoke with that homeowner.
What about the person whose wheelchair it is?
I did. We'll hear from her in a moment, but let me go ahead and show you. This right here is the chair. It is destroyed.
It looks like the fucking wheelchair from Red Dragon, dude. Holy shit. Hey, Terry, did you get Nana that new Samsung wheelchair? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Well, where is she? Oh, there she is. She's coming down the hill right now.
Oh, Jesus. That cripple.
Jesus Christ, bro. Do you see? Do you see?
Driveway of a Hollywood home. The homeowner says the wheelchair was inside her house minutes before.
Yeah, some incredible.
What was that? That's a scene from a movie called Red Dragon that is like super traumatic.
Images there. NBC6's Nico Clemens is live in Hollywood with more. Nico, this was a close call for the homeowner. You spoke with that homeowner.
I did. We'll hear from her in a moment, but let me go ahead and show you. This right here is the chair. It is destroyed. And then right back there, that is where she...
That was real? Yes, that is a real scene from a real movie.
Left it. The homeowner said this chair could have...
Is he swearing his head off right now?
8 seconds later.
She is destroyed. And then right back there, that is where she left it. The homeowner said this...
The homeowner said she fucking could have fucking died, and she fucking can't believe a fucking stupid ass cunt situation like this happened. Back to you, Phil.
Left it. The homeowner said this chair could have...
Could have fucked her up, the fucking cunt. Back to you, Phil.
8 seconds later, it exploded into just a ball of fire.
Oh my...
She had seconds.
Dude, that is... Nana!
To get as far away as she could.
I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it exploded in that manner and with that amount of force. I've never seen anything like it.
Alexandra Anaya says she woke up Sunday morning and heard a clicking noise coming from the Zinger Power wheelchair she recently bought from a thrift store.
It was a click.
Oh my God!
That's what separated me from going back to bed or investigating.
Anaya says she put her hand on the battery and it was hot. So she went to Google.
It said imminent danger. Put it on cement or somewhere where other things won't catch on fire.
Wow.
Anaya brought the wheelchair to her driveway.
I figured this is the furthest point away.
Dude, literal seconds after she brought it out. Literal seconds.
She stared at it for a couple seconds.
I heard it hiss first before it exploded, and that's why I turned to run.
That is fucking crazy. That is fucking... You know what happened? She probably put it on the wrong charger. Honestly, she probably bought that wheelchair from a thrift store and she probably put it on a charger with a different voltage.
Anaya says pieces of the wheelchair hit her in the back as she ran inside.
Wow.
Anaya's sister was also inside the house. They're thankful.
Today and have been just being grateful out loud. Talking to the big man, just thanking him I still have a house, I'm not homeless, and
I fuck with this woman so heavy.
I got my sister, and we're not hurt.
Anaya hopes by sharing her story and sharing this video, she can prevent this from happening to someone else.
Don't leave this stuff charging while you're not home. When you go to work, everything, the weed whacker, the vacuum, all that stuff on the counter, the laptop that's on the bed, don't leave those stuff there.
Yeah.
So this was a lithium battery, and Anaya says she was charging the wheelchair overnight, but Hollywood Fire Rescue, they're now giving you some lithium battery safety tips, rather, including use the correct charger. Anaya says Unfortunately, she was using a different charger.
Bang!
And make sure you're not charging these lithium batteries and walking away. Make sure you stay there to watch it, keep an eye on it. We did reach out to the company of this wheelchair. We'll let you know if we hear back from them. Nico Clemens, NBC6 News.
Wow.
Bro, I told you. I clocked that. I clocked that. She had the wrong voltage charger. That's crazy. Okay, last story of the night, Buffalo pothole bandit.
We know that potholes in New Orleans, they go together like red beans and rice.
Back in March, Mayor Moreno said her administration would work to fill 1,500 potholes each week. As of this week, the city says they've repaired.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
John,
Neff cool.
Carlo. Thank you.
Nearly 1,000 over the last 2 weeks.
All right, so during that same time, an anonymous artist has been fixing streets one pothole at a time. Traffic anchor Brandy B. Harris has more in this week's Road Patrol.
That's so cool.
Only in New Orleans do street problems turn into street mysteries.
When I got here to open the store, there was somebody out front. They had cones. They were wearing like a traffic vest kind of thing. They had cement. What does this one say?
Allie Mathis at Hazelnut on Magazine Street thought it was official.
At first I thought maybe it was somebody from the city, but then I realized pretty quickly that it wasn't.
Why do you feel like you need to be anonymous or remain anonymous?
That mystery worker is better known as the Buffalo Pothole Bandit.
Never have I immediately loved someone so much. A geometric raccoon is fixing potholes anonymously.
The goal is to add art to the world, utilizing potholes as the medium.
Whether it's cracks in the sidewalk,
I like the house,
or potholes in the road,
Compulsive neurotic behavior.
the bandit has left behind hundreds of mosaic street art installations in New York, Pennsylvania, Chattanooga, and now New Orleans.
Mosaics are the most practical, medium
I want to do this.
to use in a pothole, frankly, right? Paint is not going to really hold up for too long. People are driving, walking over it, etc. The mosaics fill it up and add some nice additions to it.
According to the bandit, the artwork is functional, practical by using reusable items, and often inspired by neighborhood fixtures.
Mr. Wobbles. Bro, I'm so sorry I couldn't make it to your show, brother. I was doing my fucking draft show, but I want to see you while you're out here on the West Coast, baby. Hit me up. Let's hang out this weekend. Let's get up to it. Let me bring you to some pickleball. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't follow Mr. Wobbles, he's the best.
Wild the amount of people who just appreciate the fact that something is being done for these streets when sometimes you have potholes that last years.
Like this piece called The White Whale, commenting on the lack of
Mr. Wobbles is fire. He is.
enforcement for a truck reportedly left sitting for years and the holes forming around it.
It's a very laissez-faire city, right? So at least for this city,
laissez-faire.
Permitting, ideally you would love to see the potholes filled, but sometimes you have to fill them yourself.
Working solo on these cheeky acts of rebellion, the bandit has filled more than 30 in just 2 weeks.
It's such a fun little expression of joy right now. I think it's very New Orleans. It makes me smile, and I'm really happy that it's on Magazine Street.
The Pothole Bandit says there have been nearly 100 requests for pothole art installations in the city, but you'll have to catch them.
It's a real shame that if they ever catch the Pothole Bandit, they will put him to death, as is the city code.
Before they're gone. In New Orleans, Brandy B. Harris, WDSU News.
Pretty cute.
He will be tried as a heretic for fixing something the city could not. Unfortunate. Extra Neff news. Okay, let's take a look.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year,
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
One of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names, with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten, and just as he started developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of I love having my butt scratched. So he would present his butt, and then it got to a point where you would do bongo drums.
The name Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger has a great story behind it. That story is he's a fucking fat cat.
With it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Internet Browser as a dog's name is Space Cowboy as a Internet Browser is a great name for a dog.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out oh my gosh, what do I do? And no, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that. And he really is just super responsive anyways if you give him any attention, because he loves attention.
Now Cheddar has the world's attention, but he's still not answering any questions.
That's a cute cat.
Questions from paparazzi.
Mr. Big Booty Cheeseburger, what do you think about being famous?
The fame hasn't changed him. He's going to keep living his best life.
Lounging and loafing. He is very much a big couch potato.
Well, congratulations.
Wow. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last story of the evening. That's all we got for Neff News. Haas, if you're still here, can you hit us with that header? Yeah!
These days, everyone wants to be an anchorman and do the news, but everyone else is a fake and a phony. This is the only real news on this fucking platform. If you want to know what matters in this sad little world, this is the only place to get all the news that's fit to breathe. Brought to you by the Badass Boss, hosted by the one and only, your mother-fucking favorite anchor, Real Neff.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so freaking much for joining me. I am officially back. This was the first day of my regular rotation coming back after a very, very brief hiatus that many people would make you think was much longer. But it is always my pleasure to come back renewed and revived and ready to make content for you. And, tonight felt really, really fun. And so thanks, guys, for coming through every night. A huge thank you to Haas. Haas is the one who puts these stories together. Survivor. Yep, I already said Survivor will start again tomorrow. We're going to kind of settle into a more regulated schedule. Tuesday, Thursday is going to be the React nights. If you want to watch reaction content, long form reaction content, it's going to be on Tuesday, Thursday. Like those are going to be the days that if you're watching a show with us, that's when we're going to do that. Mondays are going to be Neff News. Wednesdays are going to be film night, as always. Friday is going to start being a YouTube night. And then during the weekend, we're going to try and work in a gaming stream with Peter. I'm trying to get that on its feet. So essentially that's going to be the schedule. But because of how VODs are structured, there will not be a lot of reaction outside of Tuesday and Thursday. And we will do a lot of reaction on Tuesday and Thursday. The reason being, anytime we react to something like that, we got to delete our VOD. So for that reason, Tuesday and Thursday, that's going to be, spread the word in the Discord. That's going to be the reaction night. What do you mean react to what? Survivor. We have Survivor heads. We have Alone heads. If you want to watch one of those shows, we only are going to do that on Tuesday and Thursday. And we're going to kind of stick to that because I hate the like constant, like if we're doing reaction, people are, pissed that we're reacting too much. And if we're not doing reaction, people are like, oh, I want some reaction. So that's kind of how we want to structure it. And we're going to get like more kind of regimented with that. And then Sundays are going to kind of be like a grab bag. It's kind of however I'm feeling. And Saturdays I fucking take off. So there you go. That's the structure. Anyway, I appreciate you. It's been a really fun night of streaming. Thank you for coming through. Every night you do, it means the world to me. You can spend your time anywhere on the internet, and for some reason, you choose to come here and be yelled at by this old fucking nerd and know that he deeply appreciates what you've done for him, how you've changed his life, and the things you allow him to do. So with that being said, we have a lot of cool stuff coming this week for you guys. I'll leak something that is really cool, barring any kind of change. As of now, it's looking like I might have my next voice acting role booked, and I might be showing up in the Backyard Baseball cartoon that's going to come out next year. So I did it. I'm in the Backyard Baseball project. Again, that's because of you guys. You are the best community on the internet, and you're positive and you're outspoken and you do things that are really cool. And when you guys are vocal about wanting me to be in projects, people see that. And when I spoke to the team at Backyard Baseball, they literally were like, anytime we post something, someone from your community mentions your name. So we really wanted to get this done. And so thank you, guys. I know that I have the talent to do something like this, but it probably wouldn't have been made manifest without you guys constantly supporting me and constantly advocating for me and showing up here every night and giving me a voice. So to all of you, I appreciate you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be starting a new season of Survivor, so check in for it. We'll have a great night. We'll hang out. Wednesday, we got a film night. And then, we're back in it. Friday, we're doing our first YouTube night. So I will have an idea for a YouTube video and we will manifest it on this stream. So with that being said, thank you so much. I'm sending you over to Neswa. Please give him the same love and respect you would give me. Thank you for spending your time here. Thank you for everything. I hope I give a fraction of what you give me back to you guys. Have a wonderful evening and good night.